Okay, Mayor, we are recording and live on YouTube.
Okay, we'll call this council work session to order. Today is Wednesday, January 20th. The time is 1 p.m. Want to make an announcement that Council President Morton will be joining us a little bit late, and that Councilor Berkeley will be leaving us momentarily at 3 o'clock for about a half hour to 45 minutes, and then he will return. So with that, I will open it up for visitor comments. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand and we will acknowledge you, and keep your talks to 5 minutes or less, please. So we'll give it just a minute. You go into participants and you'll see a little bit of raise hand right there. That's how you...
Mayor, I do have Shauna Stroop.
Okay.
Shauna, if you want to unmute yourself and start your video.
Hello. Happy Wednesday. I just wanted to check in and make a comment of record in regards to the improvements going on in front of my home. We're all familiar with the Vernonia sidewalks, and the trees out front. Apologize, it's a pretty busy road. The trees out front gave them a little bit of a project this morning. So the root system is over here, and they have jogged over a couple feet from the original 72 onto the property. There's not a clear line. So there's a couple things I wanted to address. I'm concerned about ADA compliance right here on the corner and what's going to be done there. I realize there's a crosswalk down below here, but my neighbor and this is a shortcut that most people use to get across the street. And secondly, the storm system. There's not, as it stands now, a clear idea of how you're going to incorporate that. And we would just like to know, I know that this project wasn't slated for any storm improvements, but there is a lot of setting water in this area. It is a major concern of mine, along with neighboring people. I have a lot of handicapped people in this neighborhood that I'd like to make sure, and I'd also like to make sure where the drainage is going to go, and wondering where they're going to tie this in and why they moved over a foot. I'm thinking it may have been because to accommodate the water line here. I'm also thinking, they were out with their chainsaws at 7 o'clock this morning, having a hard time with this root system over here from these trees. And there is also some setting water, it looked like, when they were digging yesterday, that I did take pictures of for your reference. So if they're going to be taking part of that property, I would like to have an idea of how that's going to set up. Is there somebody that can confirm this? Maybe come out here and meet me from the city and tell me how this is all going to be tied in?
That I don't know, Shauna. I know that that area tends to be an issue, particularly in your backyard. So we will definitely look at it. The expansion of the foot probably is just dig out purposes in order to form easily. It'll be right. Probably dirt re-added and reseeded. The wheelchair accessible, it looks like we could just 45 it there a little bit. I'm not an engineer, I'm not public works, but we will definitely check into it, and I will be in contact with you for sure on that.
Okay. Yeah, that would be great. We'd like to know what the plan is out front here. Looks like they're going to be preserving the guardrail, and just would like to have an idea of how this is going to be, since it appears that they had to jog over a foot into the yard compared to what the original states. And
the handicap. That's the reason they moved, because so they could match it with
we don't. It's okay. We're going to get confirmation on that. That's the whole point of this coming here today.
Yes. So. Yes. I'll definitely. I think I have your number, Shauna. I'm sure I do. Yes. So I will definitely be in contact with you on that. Okay.
Oh, great. We appreciate it. Okay, you guys have a great, safe day, and congratulations to all your guys' accomplishments and the people that have been there for a while.
Hey, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. So other visitor comments.
I don't see anybody, Mayor, but I did want to let the council know Kathy emailed out a written public comment from a community member. So you should have that in your email, as well as a hard copy was put in all of your boxes. So if you would like to read that later, it will be entered into the public record when we do the final minutes and everything.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Okay, we're not seeing any other public comment. I'm just making sure one last time before we move on. Okay, and I don't see any either. So now we're going to go on to Employee Length of Service Award for Sue Nelson, City Engineer, 20 years of service to the community. She is definitely a big part of the city and has been for, like I said, 20 years. And I just want to congratulate her. 20 years is, I mean, it's a commitment when we go that long. And so congratulations, Sue. I know that you're listening in. I see you there.
Here I am.
And I just want to express that we thank you very, very much. And we value you as an employee.
Thank you. It's
Yep.
It's been an honor to serve this community, and I have to say this was the fastest 20 years of my life.
It does fly by, that's for sure.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. So moving on, we're going to get a financial semi-annual report from Matt.
Thank you, Mayor. You have a copy of the report in your packet. I'm happy to go through and answer any questions. Typically, for some of the new councilors that are here, I've tried to stay away from reading word for word or going page by page. So we've put it into your packet so that you have time to review it. I'm happy to answer any questions. Just a couple things to note. Usually I mention any kind of what I would regard as things that you need to be aware of on the first page, which is under those quick takes. I'm talking about the general fund expenses, some of the higher revenue than anticipated in a couple of our funds due to either timber revenue or COVID funds that have come in. And I just mentioned about the enterprise funds, water, sewer, and storm. Everybody appears to be, for the most part, paying their bills like usual. So where I know a lot of communities would expect to see reduced revenues because of what is going on. That's definitely not the case in St. Helens and several other communities that I've been comparing ourselves to. I did want to let you know that the city, since the emergency declaration was put in place by the city council and mayor, that we have not done late fees or reconnection fees for anyone. So we've just kind of kept going, and notices will go out that your bill is due. But there are no late fees being generated. Typically, we budget around $175,000 for that. And some of those funds go back into the community because we contribute to Community Action Team for support for our utility funds. But those late fees will continue not to accrue or be charged until the emergency declaration is lifted for the city from the council and mayor. And then the only thing I probably wanted to mention, which is kind of a regurgitation of last month's report from the building department. I always try and include a little bit of development because it impacts our revenues. And on the last page of the report, it's page 11 in your packet. I do a single family housing permit review of the last several years. And just in the last 6 months of this fiscal year, so July through December, I did the calculations, and compared to the last 5 years, this year was a 598% increase in single family permits. We went from an average of about 9.2 to 55. So that's a pretty large increase. But I'm happy to answer any specific questions that the city council may have. I do also, I want to make a quick note. Typically, this second January meeting is when you would receive the audit report. That is going to be done at the second February meeting or the first March meeting, due to a couple of different reasons. One being COVID and not having our auditors that like to be here and inspect things in person. Doing things remotely this year has been a kind of a change in process. And then we also have a new financial system that we're going through and picking up. So it means running new kinds of reports that we used to run don't exist in the new system. So there's been a few kind of hiccups along the way, but we're getting there. It is on its way. So you can expect that the auditors will actually be here to present those findings and answer any questions that you may have at the end of February or beginning of March.
And perfect timing, and then we'll roll into our budget season.
Yeah, we're already getting started with the budget behind the scenes. So.
Yeah.
Council Berkeley?
Yes, so actually, Mayor referenced the budget process. So I'm just curious, what I know you're still probably developing the calendar, but can you give us a ball, kind of idea of what it's going to look like when we begin with the budget council meetings?
Yes, I'd actually emailed out to the staff, I think just 2 or 3 weeks ago, the tentative dates for the budget committee members. I think I emailed the council and the budget committee, but I may not have now that I'm thinking about it. So Councilor, I will email that out today to you, the dates that were selected for the budget committee meetings, as well as kind of a general rough timeline of when things will happen internally in the city with departments and them turning in their budgets, meeting with John and getting everything kind of put together, so to speak.
Thanks.
So I will email that out to all of you and the budget committee members at the end of this meeting or before this evening. And then also we still have one budget committee member open. So those applications are still coming in. I believe we have 2 or 3 right now. And then as we discussed at the last couple meetings, we'll do an interview process at probably one of the work sessions where you as a council would select who you want as to fill that position.
Sounds good. All right. Thank you, Matt. But you're not done yet. So now we're going to municipal courts and the annual report.
Yeah, luckily this is not as much me as it is our city prosecutor and city attorney. But I will mention there is a little one-page report that I have provided you in your packet, as well as some written reports from our judge and our city prosecutor. Overall, some of the new counselors may not know, municipal court went through kind of a what does it all mean process a couple years ago, and where we hired a new judge, a new prosecutor, and kind of redid a lot of our processes and things that we do now in our municipal court. And you can see a lot of those changes in the revenue and expenses. You'll notice if you look at the revenue in 17-18 and 18-19, those were some high years for revenue. That is because former staff employees that used to work in our municipal court didn't necessarily follow all of our right processes of what should be done as far as sending and collecting revenue from our collections agencies. So those are people that don't pay a ticket, and after so many months, we just eventually send them to collections. Well, we don't get revenue checks from collections if we don't send anybody to collections. So that had not been done for a while. So that is that revenue from those preceding cases in the past that were just never sent to collections and basically just sitting on a shelf. On the expense side, you can see over the first 6 months or so that our new prosecutor and our new city attorney have done a really well job of keeping our expenses low and intact, as well as looking at efficiency improvements, the number of court dates that we have. We used to have court 2 or 3 days a week. Now we're pretty much down to 1 day a week. And that has to do a lot with the process changes that our city judge and city prosecutor have put into place over there. So without further ado, unless you have any questions for me, I'd like to turn it over to Judge Lindgren, who is, I believe, here.
Hello.
Hey, Amy, can you start your video?
I think you had prevented me. It says I can't because you stopped me. I'm
Well,
not going to take it personally, Matt.
oh, here you go. I'm trying to find your name here.
Okay. There we go. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon,
You-
Amy.
Thank you, Matt, for that. And welcome to our new counselors. I'm looking forward to meeting everyone in person. Although it might be a while before that happens and before I can come personally to City Council. But we would love to have you come and visit the court anytime. If you can give us some advance notice if you want to come so we can make sure we socially distance everyone. That would be great. But really, it's there's never a dull moment in court, and it's kind of I think entertaining sometimes, interesting, and enlightening to visit a court. So we'd love to have you. Just to touch on what Matt said, historically, before I started, they had court, I think it was twice a week, and they would take the third week off. We have court 3 times a month now. So we have it, we take the third week off, but we have court on Mondays. So that is, I think, a huge reason why our expenditures are down. And I won't bore you with all the details of how we accomplished that, but I'd like to think that I'm very efficient getting the cases through. But at the same time, while we get through a lot of cases, being in municipal court in a small city allows me more time to spend on a particular defendant. And where you can't do that in circuit court just because the volume is so high. So for example, there's one defendant now who's on probation who I'm really trying to work with to get a job. He doesn't have a social security card. He doesn't have an ID. He doesn't have a birth certificate. And so they're all in Texas. And so, you know, a lot of people just have a hard time with kind of basic life skills and managing those tasks. So I'm able to take extra time with that individual and help him basically get a job, which is what is preventing him from being a productive member of society at this point. But anyway, I'll move on to my report. We have managed to keep going during the pandemic, and I'm really proud of that. It's huge thanks to the defense attorneys, Mr. Erskine, and mostly the staff who work really hard to get contact information from people, phone numbers and emails, so that we can communicate and keep our operations going. It's hard because, you know, a lot of people don't have phone numbers, but we either have done it through video, telephone calls, and are now back in person. And I constantly get emails from the judges listserv saying that they basically haven't had court since March or haven't had in-person court. And I can proudly say that that's not our situation. The one aspect that we have not been able to do, however, is jury trials. Just because, you know, obviously we need at least about 20 people for a jury. The pool, they all have to be in the same room at the beginning, and we just can't manage that with our size. And even if we had the size, I don't think that the public would be very excited about coming during COVID. So we're hoping to get those going back in the summertime. And even I think in Multnomah County, Washington County, they've only had a handful of trials, even with their huge felony cases. So that's pretty much just the state of affairs in Oregon courts. Ballot measure 110 is on the horizon. Chief Greenway can probably talk about that too. I'm sure the police officers are looking forward to it. I say that sarcastically. That is the measure that is decriminalizing drugs. So we will get those cases now. And there isn't a lot of guidance. OHA is still working on, I think, even hiring people for creating these centers, assessment centers. So I've been in touch with CCMH, and that will be a task for us in the next year. I don't expect when people are cited for this, there's a $100 fine now. It's a new Class E violation. I would expect that most people won't pay that, or even we might have a lot of failures to appear. So we'll see how it all plays out. And truancy court, I spoke a lot about truancy at my last meeting with everyone. I think it was last spring, early summer. And I have started working with Jennifer Johnson, and she's with the ESD. She's new and is really a huge resource. And so she's going to be the primary person starting the truancy, because most of it is all outside of the court system with truancy officers and outreach. But I will be involved in just the planning stages. So by the time a truancy case actually came to the court, it would have gone through multiple different stages that I would not have been involved in. So I don't expect it to really change how we do things much, but the process is getting started, and it definitely is a huge need in St. Helens. Jennifer said that I think they'd only either received none or maybe one truancy report, which, given everyone's online, is alarming, because just reading the newspaper that a lot of kids are not going to school. And so it definitely is a need for the families and the educators. And with that, I want to see if anyone has any questions, comments. Not a lot has been going on, but I'm happy to answer questions.
I do have, first of all, I would like you to try to explain in your words. So there's two questions here, and I'll ask them both. But to the new counselors, the difference between courts in other cities and our courts being a court of record. And that being said, like with all the thievery and stuff, it gives us a lot more teeth as far as prosecuting crimes that happen in St. Helens versus they could go just to a regular county in other cities and potentially just get thrown out if the prosecutor decides so, because their caseload can be steep sometimes. And then in 101, decriminalizing, and I think that's what you said, 101, decriminalizing, yeah, 110, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Decriminalizing drugs. Wasn't that supposed to be there in order to introduce people more to rehabs than anything? I mean, I understand it decriminalized 2 grams or less. So I guess there was maybe even 3 questions there. But first and foremost, if you could try to explain to your best of your ability the way our courts are set up versus some other city courts and being a court of record.
Yeah.
To our 2 new counselors.
Good questions. Most courts, municipal courts and justice courts in Oregon, are not courts of record. So there's the county circuit courts, and they handle all felonies within the county, which is basically a year or more. That's what differentiates a felony from a misdemeanor. Misdemeanor is under a year, 364 days or less of a jail sentence. So like an assault in the 4th degree, driving under the influence, your first couple offenses are misdemeanors. And cities can handle their own misdemeanor cases and violations. Most cities are not a court of record. It is an expense, and you basically have to record everything and take notes. There's the FTR is what it's called. It's like a note-taking system within the recording. The reason why that's important is that because we're a court of record, anything can be appealed from our court directly to the Court of Appeals. And in courts that are not courts of record, for example, like in Happy Valley, you can have a trial, it goes to trial, the person's convicted, and then they have a chance to appeal it to the circuit court. And with that, they basically get a whole nother bite at the apple. They get a whole new trial from the very beginning. So it really is a big, it's a resource, it's not an efficient use of resources to basically try things twice. And the reason why they do it is because, you know, it is nice if you're going to appeal something, you should have everything recorded so that the appellate court knows everything that was said and you preserve your record. And so the fact that we are a court of record is great because we don't have that extra step, and it's less docket. It's less of a drain on the Columbia County Circuit Court. And we are the only one in Columbia County that is a court of record. Lake Oswego, Westland, and Milwaukee are courts of record. And those are the only ones in the Portland metro area that are. It also protects us, in my opinion, from claims of abuse because everything's recorded. So if people are accusing us of doing anything, well, gosh, just listen to the recording. So that's also very helpful. Any questions about courts of record?
No, you explained that very well. You did
Okay.
explain that very well. Good
Thank you.
job.
As far as Measure 110, I think that the way it was framed in the pamphlet that voters received, it was heavy on the rehab. What I think that most people were unaware of is that there was mandatory treatment for convictions of drug crimes anyway. That would have been way more substantive than basically a health assessment. So now what it is people can get a health assessment if they want, which I think is like basically a very brief drug assessment and be given resources. Prior to that, it was whenever you were convicted of a drug offense, you had to do treatment. Now people don't have to have treatment. They can say, thanks so much for that assessment. Now I get my $100 discount and I'm on the road. There's no follow through. They don't have to do anything beyond getting the assessment. Drug courts are going to be totally gutted because they can have drug courts now for people who are convicted of property crimes, for example, where a lot of the underlying problems are related to drugs. But as far as drug courts for just, you know, your low-level offenders of just drug offenses, they can't do them because they're not misdemeanors or felonies anymore. The amount of drugs that somebody can have is alarming as a violation. They can have a very large quantity. And if there aren't commercial drug offense factors with it, it's still a violation. So you can have a lot of drugs on you. And unless you also have, like, for example, scales, cash, large amounts of cash, baggies, and other factors that are called commercial drug offenses factors, then it's just a $100 fine.
Very frustrating that that bills are misleading the way they are, and until you dive in and look at the literature behind it, which is very difficult for regular citizens to read. And there's a lot more coming up in this session in Salem. So I would advise, if anybody's watching and cares, to be looking at what is going on at the state level.
I would encourage everyone to read the fine print of every single measure, because I started to gloss over it when I was voting, and then realized when I read the very end of it, what it was actually doing. And your average voter, your average, highly educated voter doesn't read that.
Exactly, because I mean, from a first glance, it looked like we're going to give them treatment, and rather than prison time. And why
Absolutely,
not?
that's great. Yeah,
give them a chance. Give them a chance. I get it. Yes.
Who wouldn't want that?
Yep.
But the reality is they were already getting that, and now there's nothing hanging over their head.
Yeah.
But that's what the citizens voted on, and that is what we will implement fairly, neutrally, and we will follow the law. I think I covered the two things, Mayor.
You did. Thank you. Does
Was there-
anybody else have any questions for Amy?
I do not have a question, but I did want to give a compliment to the judge. I had heard your report that you gave earlier. Well, no, it was last year. So last year, and I had been intending to contact you before the election and all that, because I did want to say how impressed I was by your presentation, and especially how you were approaching the issue of truancy and the need to help. So I'm a teacher, and
Oh, great.
currently, so yes, currently online and share a lot of the concerns about what is happening with our youth, with our families, how we can support them. So that it's just good to know that in your capacity and working with the ESD, that the approach is not punitive. It is to help our families, and especially our children, to be physically, mentally healthy, safe, and healthy. So I just wanted to say again how I was initially impressed by that in your presentation, and glad to hear that you are continuing to take that approach. Thank you.
Well, great. Thank you. And again, we'd love to have you out and visit, particularly once we ever get this started. On that truancy note too, I did reach out to Scappoose because it would be nice if we had the other cities and school districts involved. I haven't heard back yet from their judge, but I think that they are going through some more transitions. So it will hopefully not just be in St. Helens for St. Helens School District. We're hoping that it will be countywide, at least the ESD portion. But again, we have our own jurisdictional limits, but I'm hoping the other courts will get on board as well.
So here, because I have friends in places and they send me stuff. Violations possessing less than 1 gram of heroin, 2 grams of cocaine, 2 grams of methamphetamine, 40 pills of Oxycontin or Codone, 40 pills of 40 tablets of LSD, 1 gram or 4 pills of MDMA, ecstasy, 12 grams of psilocybins, 40 units of methadone, or any amount other than Schedule 1 to 5 drugs, charged with a Class E violation, maximum fine of $100 or a complete health assessment. So you hit it right on the head, and I just think that needed to be read, because I mean, I'm surprised the media hasn't grabbed a hold of this. That's kind of alarming. I mean, those are lethal doses. What are we doing here? So just wanted to read that out.
It also really affects search and seizure. When something's a crime, you have the ability to conduct searches, but if it's not a crime, then that affects what you can search, and it really limits the police officers.
Yes.
So that will be a huge impact on law enforcement and case law moving forward with what officers can do.
And here's the stickler. The last part is failure to pay the fine will not be a basis for further penalties or for a term of incarceration. So they will not get penalized or incarcerated if they do not pay. That was the last part of that.
Failure to register your vehicle. Officer Treat, I know you're on there. Failure to register your vehicle, I think, is a B violation, or maybe it's a C.
It's a C, $110.
So for having an open container in your car of alcohol is a B at $265. So just for some perspective, not that I'm stating an opinion on this, it's worse not to register your car or have an open container of alcohol than it is having a gram of cocaine or heroin.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Amy, I really appreciate your insight to this topic.
Yeah, you're welcome. And yeah, if you don't like it, write your legislature, I guess.
Amy,
All right, Doug.
could I ask a question?
Yes.
Doug Morton. And obviously the fines that are paid and go to helping facilitate the judicial system, I would think. And so what does this do to the economics and the management of our judicial system? My heavens, it must have this must be a profound effect if there's no incoming money and the mayor just suggested that the fines will be very limited. Wow. That seems like another black eye for our taxpayers.
Yeah, and I don't know, since we've never handled these cases before, because we didn't have jurisdiction over drug cases, I don't know exactly how it will impact our budget. I know it will take our court clerks, depending on how many there are, it could potentially take up a lot of their time to do these.
I would imagine.
And so, we'll see how that plays out with our budget. As I think the mayor was insinuating, and I didn't touch on this topic when he asked me those two questions, a lot of circuit courts will treat low-level offenses as violations. So for example, like a theft 3, which is $100 or less of a theft, or even a theft 2, for new offenders, they treat them as violations. They, on their own accord, reduce it down because they don't have the staff and resources to file all of these cases. We don't do that because we don't have those huge dockets. And I think it's important for our community to prosecute any kind of theft, whether it's a theft from our local thrift store to a theft from Safeway. But time will tell at this point how it impacts our caseload and what we need to do with that. So
Thanks for your insight.
Mhm.
I have a question about the effectiveness. 1 gram of heroin properly applied will kill somebody. So we killed somebody with 1 gram of I was going to say heparin. And what's the recourse at that point? We now have a death with this minor amount of drugs. How is that handled?
Well, I think the coroner handles it. I don't know. It's there. I know that the U.S. Attorney's Office, I had a friend who prosecuted some cases there. He was cross-designated at Clackamas County DA and federal prosecutor. And this was about 5 to 10 years ago. They were really going after the drug dealers for manslaughter, I think, when their dealing would then cause an overdose. And so they were really going up the food chain up to the drug dealers for the death of somebody because of their drugs. And, I think that at this point, again, time will tell. If I don't think people would be as interested in that, in prosecuting it. Definitely not the federal government. And I would think the DA's offices as well, just because if you're treating it as a violation with an E violation, the lowest level $100 fine, and somebody ODs, maybe you'll see that the person was ordered to do 5 different life assessments. Maybe they did all 5, but they never acted on any. In my experience, people will do treatment when they have reached rock bottom and they have no other options until it's either that or prison or jail. And that is a great motivating factor for people. When they don't have that hanging over them, it takes a lot of personal strength to conquer that addiction. And so I don't know, how it will affect all of us in our community.
Thank you.
All right, Judge Lindgren, thank you. tell Doug hi and hope the family's good. So,
Well, you missed my son and his cozy over here. I tried to shoo him out.
all right. So with that, we're going to move on to Sam's side of things. So we'll now get a prosecutor report from Sam Erskine.
Mayor Schull, thank you.
Yes.
Like Judge Lindgren, I was excited to at least see everyone's face because I feel pretty isolated these days. So it's nice to see you all. I hope you're all doing well. It's a little bit of a hard act to follow when I follow Matt and then Amy because they kind of take up all the topics to talk about. So at least I wanted to give you guys some statistics, which I've started keeping. And I started these kind of pretty early on when I took over the prosecution position. So I had a full year from 2019 to look at. And I included the numbers that I'm tracking in my little one-page report for the council. I was surprised when I put those numbers together that the total number of reports I received and the cases that were referred were higher than they were in 2019. I thought that was, I guess, based on circumstances from COVID, I thought those numbers would have been smaller, but they are in fact higher, which I think is hopefully representative of a healthy and healthy court and a healthy police force. So I was pretty heartened when I saw that. Obviously, the most painful number from 2020, which has been touched on already, is the fact that we weren't able to hold any jury trials throughout the entirety of the year, basically. I think we didn't have any scheduled for January or February. So by the time March rolled around, we were dead in the water, basically there. And I think, the council members that were, I guess on board in 2019, in terms of like financial expenses and the amount of work that goes into holding jury trials, I'm anticipating, hopefully we get things back to normal here pretty soon, and that we're going to have to work through a backlog as we did kind of when I first took over the prosecution spot. So I'm ready for that. I know that the judge and the staff are ready for that. We're all kind of chomping at the bit a little bit to get back to normal, as I'm sure everybody is. But other than that, things have run really smoothly. And I like I wrote in my report, I'd credit the judge and the court staff because as Judge Lindgren mentioned, not a lot of courts have maintained continuous operation. There are quite a few where that I practice in outside of my work here, where everything's just stacked up and backed up way more than what we have in our court. So I'd give all the credit to Judge Lindgren and the defense attorneys and the court staff for keeping us going. And, at the same time, we have made these efficiency improvements that hopefully are, reflected in the financial numbers in terms of cost savings and things like that. But I know in the past that, that obviously everyone wants to look at the numbers, but really I think my sense is that everyone's goal is that we have a healthy and functional court system. And so I think we're there. We just need we need COVID to go away or abate, and then we'll get back there. So my outlook at this point is really positive, I think, but everyone's had a hard year, and I think things in terms of the court are going to get back to a really positive place, the positive direction that we had it on. So that's the kind of, I guess, Cliff's Notes version of what I wrote in my summary.
So Sam, how big of a backlog do you have right now of potential jury trials of on the queue? And
that's a good question. I wish I had looked. I have them all calendared. I think off the top of my head, I think it's 6 to 8, and probably, at least 1 or 2 of those will hopefully resolve prior to trial. But I would think, I think in a typical year, we might have between 6 to 12 trials just from cases issued that year. And then if we have a backlog of 6 to 8, we might be in the neighborhood of 15 to 20 once we get, for a year, once we get back rolling with them.
So a person's right to a speedy trial, how does that work in COVID?
That's a good question. That's kind of an unknown. There are some hard limits out there on both felonies and misdemeanors that I know they're bumping up against in other courts. And I think we have one or two of our trials set are bumping up against some hard limits. But I think, frankly, I think some case law is going to be made with this period, because obviously, typically cases get dismissed with speedy trial issues when it's essentially someone's fault that they haven't come to trial, when it's the prosecutor's fault that they haven't come to trial. And in this case, the fault is the circumstances that we're all in, and it's not really attributable to either side. So, I expect that there'll be some speedy trial issues filed by defense, and that we'll basically litigate them. And if the ruling goes against the prosecution, then I might tap into some resources to see whether that's something that can be appealed, that other folks might be interested in appealing to the Court of Appeals. Because I do think those issues are going to essentially need to be hashed out as we go. So it's a very good question.
Any other questions for Sam? He is the guy who holds citizens accountable or visitors accountable that commit crimes or do dirty stuff in our city. So that's his job. All right, Sam. I don't hear any, so thank you, Sam.
You bet. Yeah, good to see you.
You too. Okay, moving on to our next item on the agenda. St. Helens Industrial Park personalization framework and funding plan. John Walsh and probably Jenny Dimshow, I'm guessing. Is that correct?
Yep. We also have representatives from the Eco Northwest to talk through some of the economic conditions of her
perfect
plans. So, so I'm going to kick it off. When we talk about the waterfront, and I think Jenny's going to drive the presentation here. So we're talking about the parcelization plan. One of my favorite maps is of the waterfront is this one here, and it's really shows when I talk about the waterfront, I often talk about it being the sum of its parts. So it's a lot of really big pieces that we need to kind of put together and pull apart so they're workable projects within those, but they're all separate and have distinct qualities and conditions, and they're all interrelated. We're trying to make them interrelated and to have this kind of revitalized, rebirthed waterfront, improved economy, improved community development opportunities. And this project we're talking about today is the project in yellow right there, which is the former Boise industrial mill site. And we're going through this exercise to move it towards becoming a business park, which is sounds similar in nature, but when you get drilled down into the complexities of infrastructure and roadways and access and alignment and all those factors that would serve multiple businesses, it's a lot different. And this is the largest industrial site in the region, perhaps outside of Fort Westwood, depending how far you're defining your region. So it's important to the area, it's important to the city.
Hey, John, could I just interrupt you for a second? If you're listening in and you have background noise, please mute yourself, because this is like the third time I've heard it in this meeting. Please mute yourself if you have background noise. Okay, right, John, sorry.
Yeah, we certainly want everybody to hear. So,
yep.
So it takes, and I'll just quickly go over the 24 acres at the north end in the green, the riverfront district. That's what we're currently talking about as far as the RFQ selection is later on the agenda. The Riverwalk, that development. The Central Waterfront is also a project that I haven't touched a whole lot recently on, but we're still exploring some repurposing options with that site. And then the industrial park, and then to the south, the port has all the areas shown in orange right there. So there's some pretty good chunk of waterfront opportunity, and there's also some industrial lands on the other side of Milton Creek right there. These sites are served by rail, which is a unique thing. It has a maritime access, so there's waterfront access as well. And as we've been talking about, we're working through some of that. And it's a lot of water, a lot of power, it's a lot of sewer capacity. It really has a lot going for it, other than it's just really big site that hasn't been parcelized yet to attract those smaller, more diverse businesses. It also has opportunity zone, has some other economic incentives through the enterprise zone. It's the opportunity zones for tax abatements. It's in the urban renewal agency, so there's a lot going for it there. And I guess the way to think about this parcelization as we go through it here is that it's a guide. You know, it's a guide. It's a plan. It's a marketing tool. It's it's something that we hope to attract to development to. And I think I'll turn it over to Jenny. I think she's going to go into more of the plan details.
Perfect. Thank you, John. Yeah, so about a year ago, we applied for and received a Department of Land and Conservation Development technical assistance grant. It was about $50,000. And with that, we were able to do some planning for the St. Helens Industrial Business Park. And that's what we're going over today. There's a resolution on for adoption tonight, and we're hoping that you will, adopt this planning framework so that we can have a guide for redevelopment of this site. So this planning document contained two major components. One is this parcelization framework, which I'm going to go through. And then the second component, we have Chris on this Zoom meeting. He's with Echo Northwest. And that's because he worked to develop the funding plan for this framework. So that'll be the second half of this. So going through this parcelization plan, you'll notice there are 37 parcels. They range between 2 and 5 acres, but these parcels can easily be combined. So if we get interest from, a larger industrial user, we can combine multiple parcels to accommodate their use. Echo Northwest also worked on a market analysis, and that's what kind of guided our decision to use parcels between 2 and 5 acres in size. A notable finding from the market study said that light manufacturing is kind of the most, the target user for these parcels, and that we're best suited to capture spillover from the Portland market. And we also might capture some regional users who are looking for places to expand. So maybe there's some industrial users in the county that need room to grow. And note, so there's a lot of environmental constraints on this site. And so all of the acreage listed here is in net acres, meaning we've subtracted all of the environmentally constrained portions of the property. You may remember last year we went through a wetland delineation effort where we concurred delineations for all the wetlands identified on the parcelization plan. Notably, we didn't fully delineate this really large wetland to the south, but we do have some preliminary information about that. So that's a huge step forward. This plan accommodates lots of existing uses on the site. So one is just Cascade Tissue. We know that they have their own parcel on parcel 23. It also accommodates parcel 21, which is ACSP's parcel. We've got the potential police station, parcel 1 here. And then we've got our rec center and potential RV park in parcel 28. The last existing user is PG&E. They're parcel 24, and we worked with them to determine the footprint of their expansion. So we know that they want to expand the substation out there, and so that's accommodated for here. There's also 2 non-city owned parcels in this. One is the former Pulp and Paper Workers Union building, and that's here. And then also parcel 9A, which is up here by the lagoon. This is actually owned by Columbia River Fire and Rescue currently, and we're working through acquisition of that. John has been working on that. A couple of other items to point out on here. There are some undeveloped rights of way. These are from the original plats of this area. Some of these undeveloped right-of-ways could be vacated in the future. Some might be useful for providing access to the future parcels, like parcel 2 and 3. There's a proposed access and utility easement along the rail to serve kind of the in-water parcels along the water here. So that's just something to note, that the actual public right-of-way kind of stops here and then it turns into an access easement along the rail line. There's also a proposed pedestrian easement along Milton Creek. And it notes that this isn't the actual alignment of the easement, but by including it on this map, we can ensure that in the future that we always accommodate pedestrian access along all of these future parcels to be created. And this is because our Parks and Trails plan in 2015 had a plan for a trail system along the creek. So we accommodated that on here. So that's all I wanted to point out here. I will go through this funding infrastructure plan pretty briefly, and then I'll pass it on to Chris. So we divided this into different phases. And I like to consider phase 1, which is the red here. It's non-contiguous. There's a little bit of phase 1 up here. I consider that the low-hanging fruit. So phase 1 is the parcels that don't need a lot of infrastructure to come online and back onto the tax rolls. And so you might be asking, why include this section up here? And that's because there's existing utilities along here. And so the only improvements needed to get these parcels online is some roadway improvements up through South 9th and 10th Street. So they're included in phase 1. And then most obviously, you know, phase 1 includes Castor Road. You know, we've got some utilities along there. It's the closest to the developed road network already. So what do we need to get these parcels online? We have to extend and expand existing water and sewer infrastructure down Castor. We need to do roadway improvements to bring Castor Road up to a collector street standard, which includes sidewalks and a landscape strip. We have to widen the roadway. So all of these improvements are needed to just get these parcels online. Also included in phase 1 infrastructure is a sewer pump. Not all of these phase 1 parcels can be served by gravity sewer. And so you'll notice here, there's a sewer pump station A identified here. We've also included some local streets. So we need some roadway improvements that tee off of Castor in order to serve the PG&E parcel. And so that's also included in phase 1. We've also budgeted for an allowance for wetland mitigation. You'll notice there's some non-contiguous wetlands that might be better suited if we can mitigate off-site for them. You know, some of these wetlands will remain. It just depends on the user. So we've just kind of budgeted a contingency for any of that mitigation.
And we have land available to mitigate is a huge key, right, Jenny?
Yes, the city does own a lot of property for mitigation.
And, one question: why so many lift stations? I'm noticing probably 5 lift stations on this parcelization. When
it's probably because the text is a little hard to read. There's actually only 2 pump stations. This is an intersection. It's calling out a future intersection here. When there's enough traffic to warrant, you know, if you've got 30 odd users, you're going to probably want a signal here. But that doesn't come until later. And then this is actually the second sewer pump station here in phase 3.
Jenny, this is the, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead and finish.
Oh, no, I was just pointing out all these call out boxes. They're probably hard to read, which is why you thought they were all lift stations.
Okay, will there be any additional lift stations for the additional load on the on this industrial area in the future? I mean, I can imagine that. I don't know if that trunk line going, I would imagine this would go up to down Old Portland Road and down to the treatment plant. Is that correct?
Yeah, so we coordinated with Sue, our city engineer, on the appropriate amount of pump stations when we kind of divided this out. So I don't know if that answers your
Okay,
question. I guess
yeah,
if there's an
so-
industrial user that has an abnormally large amount of sewer, you know, we could accommodate that, but likely they would be helping us with those costs.
I see. I understand that. The amount, the area that I'm looking at, and the whole idea that we need lift stations to get up the hill and then back down. It seems to me like that was it looked at that gravity feeds down towards the water? Was it looked at that possibly a line could go along the lagoon, gravity fed, no pump station, and then back to our sewer treatment plant from there? That seems to me like one lift station would probably do that, one or two. But
So
if it's if that whole area, it has an elevation and it's graded down towards the water, I know it is. It seems to me like, was that even looked at or considered before all these pump stations were added? And we don't even know the load of what all these parcels are going to have on with the influence of our existing trunk lines. I just hope that the homework was done on this.
And Doug, I just want to chime in before you go further, because I would agree with Councilor Morton on that, because if we do phase out our lagoon area, which we intend to, whatever material comes in there, then where that is downsized or gravity fed, we could add even a larger lift station, because we'll have a lift station in the new development of the Veneer property up to that, and then we add a huge station there to pump it to where the future home is of the poo.
I agree, because I'm looking at this from, like 20 years from now, 30 years from now than I am right now. Because
Yes.
right now we aren't going to have the customers
And I understood that.
in there with the loads that it might have. So that's all. I mean, it's just, it's kind of pure economics and thinking about those issues. And you pointing that out with the lagoon, that was in the back of my mind as well.
Good
Thank
point,
you for
Councilor
adding
Martin.
that, Mayor. Appreciate it.
Yeah, good point.
Just one thing to add, the existing sewer line isn't on here, but it runs through this South 7th Street right of way, crosses the creek, and then cuts over right about here. You could see my cursor, I hope.
Yes.
Cuts through here and then runs along this undeveloped right of way and goes to the lagoon. And so there's sewer all along here. And so the idea is, well, that's already trenched and dug out and right-sized. Let's utilize existing infrastructure along here. But, to answer your question, no, we didn't explicitly look at creating a brand new line.
Yeah, and the port owns some property as well, and I'm not certain what they have in mind for their development with that property, but it would be along the same sewer line. I'm just cautious about a good plan that's going to facilitate the needs in the future. That's all.
For sure. Yeah. And I think we are focusing on phase 1 because we know that's the most likely to happen according to this plan. We have to make assumptions about phase 2, 3, and 4 that, could change in the future. Like you noted, the lagoon may not be in this location forever. So there's point noted, and that was well taken.
Just a quick question would be, how much is a lift station versus pipe?
Yeah, it's in the specific plan, but I want to say it was more cost effective to put 2 pump stations than to construct brand new lines in. Just gut response.
Well, when you're going in water and you already have a lagoon where you can just go along the water line and maybe put it on a buoy system over to the primary. I don't know.
So we don't already have a water line down there. The water line terminates along Castor.
And again, I'm not here to argue with you, but I'm here to look at the lagoon where it starts, which, looking at the map and the start of the lagoon, I know pipe lays in water very easily. And looking at topography of that mill site, there is really good flow all the way down, because I and Council Morton has too, been instrumental in looking at the topography and the grades as it goes down from the top of Castor to the lagoon. It naturally falls.
Mayor, you and I have not talked about this at all.
No,
And it's
we
ironic
No, we
that we're on the same page on this.
So we're
So
just, I'm not trying to challenge you guys to, I'm just challenging you to relook at it, because from a standpoint of somebody sometimes who has no knowledge sees the obvious, maybe that's the aha moment that we're looking for. I don't know. It's just it's an idea.
I'm gonna jump in, and I think the whole thing's full of crap. Okay, we want to get this.
Just keep jumping.
Right now, there is a sewer line along the south or the northwest edge of the lagoon from the plant. But no, the problem, there's three elephants that I see that throw this whole thing into the wind. We just found out that the whole water line has got a contamination, so all the parcels in that part of the plant are gone as far as usefulness until we definitively solve the problem of what's going to happen with that contamination in the water. Two, the lagoon as it stands now until it's ended in use is an air toxic problem. There's a whole lot of businesses that cannot be located where their air conditioners can't handle the stuff that's in the air down there. You can't have any food processing. There's a whole lot of chemical stuff, a whole lot of plastic material type companies that can't be there because the air pollution will destroy their products. And the next question is, how long is our sewer plant going to be there? Are we thinking about moving it someplace else? Because that also is a problem. And I'm talking about contamination of this whole facility by airborne products. As you remember, there was a glass company down in Portland that, because of some of the powders that they expelled over 20 years, they had to close them down. Some of the toxic stuff in the air is a lot higher concentration. I agree it's in billions of parts, but it's enough that a whole group of companies can't be here.
Sure.
And
And
any other company that wants to live with halfway decent air is going to have a huge air conditioning problem.
We can control the users that are on the site. We own the property. So we can allow certain users, we can disallow others. So that's one beauty of owning.
Your OSHA was going to cut you off at a lot of those. I mean, I don't care what you allow. I'm worried about what the federal government. Now, if I've got a company and I'm trying to produce food, I'm not going to place my company where the air contamination will kill my product. Whether you will allow me or not has nothing to do with it. The other thing is, any real company, we need heavy transportation out of any company that's producing stuff. The roads are quite inadequate. The railroad's quite inadequate for getting stuff in and out. So it's an industrial park. I'm glad the bookworms designed this, but if you've ever been to a heavy industrial park or a high-tech park, it's our environment that kills us. And we don't have what is the 20-year plan that the city feels this piece of ground is going to look like with what's here now? Are we going to get rid of the lagoon? Are we going to get rid of the sewer plant? Is the paper company going? The paper company is a big polluter too, but we're stuck with them until they leave. When are they leaving? That's the questions I have on this property.
Good question. And I just have a comment that any high-tech company that comes in does not utilize environmental air. That grows with our grow operation that we have there. Their air is filtered and self-contained, and there's ways to get around that, especially in the high-tech industry. So,
and they're costly. It isn't an economic.
Well, just a point. Just a point. It's already there.
Jenny, I apologize for kind of because this is an overall good plan, and I want to continue with this presentation. This is moving us forward, so I want to turn it back to our Jenny Dimcho.
Councillor Berkeley, would you like to ask your question?
Oh, so no, I actually, I think Mayor Scholl, you were expressed what I was hoping that we could hear the completion of the presentation.
Yes.
And then get into the discussion after the presentation.
Great, thank you. I was actually just about to wrap up. So I did look, the sewer pump A is about $400,000 in the budget, by the way. So that's that first sewer pump for phase 1.
Okay.
So I'm not going to get into all the infrastructure needs for phase 2, 3, and 4. It's in the plan, which has been linked in this presentation and also on our webpage for the St. Helens Industrial Business Park. I just wanted to note one final note about the future phases. There's some regional facilities that we've talked about, like a stormwater facility down here, another sewer pump, which we've talked about, and that intersection signalization. And these regional facilities might utilize a funding strategy that shares the cost burden among multiple industrial users, as opposed to the city being the sole revenue source for those regional facilities. And some of those options are addressed in the funding plan. I just wanted to allude to them, that there are ways to share costs that don't involve just the city being the sole provider of those infrastructure costs. And so with that, I will hand it off to Chris.
I wanted to make one point that maybe didn't get talked about. Is one of the big things we didn't talk about is the consolidation of Castor Road and Castor Spur. We're taking those two roads, which is pretty inefficient use of property right now. It was a workaround back in the 80s of some time, kind of a labor dispute, but going back to the Castor Road, the regular initial right-of-way, and creating that much more buildable area. And the other point I wanted to make, and Councillor Morton touched on it, is it also provides access to the port's property, which gives another 30, not just for utilities, but for access to the site. There's another 30 acres on the waterfront, so that it expands the size of this property of access and impact by about 30 acres. So.
Great.
That's it.
Awesome. Thanks, John.
Has anybody reached out to the port? And you were talking about expressing the cost of our parcels to those users there. I think it's definitely something that for future development would be just to see if they're willing to participate in something continuing that along that lines down that way. So makes a big difference to stop at those two spurs and to go all the way through. I mean, we could even stop that one that goes right to the port property shorter than needed if we so choose, which is less cost. So I see if they want it reaching to their property, that maybe we should reach out to them as well.
Sure. Yeah, they're a valuable partner in this effort.
Yep.
Agreed.
I have one thing that I wanted to bring up about this, one concern that I have, which is that we currently have 3 softball fields on parcels 3 and 27. So I just ask that the council considers that, and we think about what we would do with those highly used softball fields if we are to sell out those parcels.
So, okay, and my question would be to you, because I've had talks with girls softball about this.
Okay.
Would it be fiscally responsible to hold up taxpayer dollars, all of 13,500 people paying taxes for highly industrial land, which is hard to come by, with rail, water, truck route, all there, potentially, is it feasible to consider never touching those ball fields when they're right in the middle of parcelizations? I guess that would be my question to you.
That's
because
a great question,
I knew this would come up.
Good. I'm glad that we're able to have this conversation. So I definitely think that you make a great point, and by no means am I asking that we try to keep these glorified ball fields, but I'm asking that we consider the loss of them to the community, to the families and the kiddos that use them, and how we could possibly replace them with this plan. That's all I'm asking.
Okay.
Councillor Chilton, Doug Morton from Parks, and I kind of think that as we start to look at the development of future parks, that we include a fourplex at least. If land comes available, and I'm quite certain that land will come available, and that's one way that we can overcome that. I think there's some issues of possibly going forward with additional parkland, especially on the west side. But well, that I can't say that that's in the works, but it is a potential possibility in the very short near future. That's the way I see it.
Perfect. Thank you, Doug, for your input.
So my
One of the
hypothetical
things
would
that
be-
you have in
Councilor
up and
Topaz.
coming industrial parks is a park where the characters during lunch break can go play baseball and stuff like that. It's basically, they don't call it a park, they call it green space. And I don't see any green space designated in this industrial area. And I think if you want to have an up and coming industrial area, you sure better plan for green space, kind of free of the city parks, if you would.
Councilor Topaz, I can answer that question because I was instrumental in getting the Parks Commission down to look at the trail system down there, and the old existing park, which if you're not familiar with, is very unique and very beautiful down there. With a little bit of cleanup, would be very easy to restore that park and walking trail down there. My whole thing is, okay, if we had somebody, because it's an enterprise zone and it's an opportunity zone, and it's in our urban renewal. So, I mean, we're not talking just one factor of economic part of the character, keeping these fields. We're talking a multi-million dollar, and I'll repeat that. And you can get economists to prove me wrong. If they want to try to show up and prove me wrong, so be it. I welcome it. That those ball fields, if we had somebody come in who was paying $50,000 or to employees and qualified for enterprise zone and got that tax break, not only are they spending money in our community, they're also paying taxes into our urban renewal for the building and the business itself after that 5 years. And they potentially could sell that in 10 years, being in the opportunity zone, not the urban renewal. I meant the urban renewal prior to that, and walk away with zero tax from federal or state in selling that business or property. So all that being said, yes, there has been discussion about the trails coming along and into the old park. If you're not familiar with the old park, it starts right at the tightest bend of the creek coming in. And if you walk back in there, be careful, poison oak. But walk back in there and you'll see old park benches. You'll see drinking fountains. You'll see all kinds of stuff. It's very cool back there.
Yeah, Mayor, are you entertaining, or is Jen entertaining? Well, let me see if I'm muted here. No, I'm not. Are you entertaining questions or comments about this overall plan? Is Jen finished with her?
We've got Chris here. I'd like to finish the presentation.
Okay.
If that's all right with everybody.
Yeah, but totally okay. That's why I asked the question.
Okay, so I'm going to hand it off to Chris Blackney, and he's going to go over the infrastructure funding plan.
Excellent. Well, thank you for having me. And you can continue the next slide, Jenny. So it sounds like there's some debate about whether or not the orientation of the infrastructure in this plan is optimal. I'm sure there's many different ways to take a look at it, but based on the parcelization framework and the costing that was done on the infrastructure that was planned on this, I'm going to continue on with the presentation about how we took a look at a city strategy to pay for it within those parameters. And the first step that we took was to really identify kind of 4 core areas that identify our project purpose. The first is really mainly just about information. It's about basically getting all the cards on the table and understanding the magnitude of the infrastructure needs of the project in relation to how the project is presumed to be phased. and how that interacts with economic development outcomes and potential future funding streams. We wanted to take this information and use it to kind of identify the delta. So we take a look at what the whole thing's going to cost versus what we think is available from existing sources of revenue, and calculate that number and show how far away the project is from paying for itself. And so we can use this information, and the city can use this information in the future to look for opportunities to attract grant opportunities to bridge that funding gap. And we identify a range of potential funding sources that the city could start to take a look at to look for exogenous sources of revenue. The third piece plays kind of a bigger role on later phases, and Jenny touched on it a little bit, and that's really how the investment responsibilities are delineated within the district. And so taking a look at how later phases of the project around regional facilities can be allocated in portion to the actual users that benefit from those facilities. And then the last piece for us was really to take all this information and transition it into a strategy and some recommended actions that the city can take to help address some of these infrastructure hurdles and facilitate land that is ready to go and can catalyze development within this district. And there's a number of reasons why that's super important. So just a summary of the costs across each phase. So we have our project lead on this, 3J Consulting developed all these cost estimates of infrastructure by phase. Taken together, the entire project for all infrastructure was about $21.1 million to unlock about 98 acres of net developable land. This equates to about $215K per acre. Emphasizing phase one, $6.3 to $6.4 million worth of infrastructure that unlocks about 31 acres of land. So it's not that far off the average, about $211,000 to $212,000 per acre in infrastructure costs. And so taking a look at phase one and really drilling down on phase one, we could see how this infrastructure is allocated within that phase. If you can see about $3.5 million or so of it is for local roadway networks, collector and local roadways. And that just reflects the nature that this thing needs to be built out and parcelized, and that there are roads and extensions that need to be made to service the individual parcels. And in-ground utilities runs about another $1.7 million. There was the discussion around the pump station, and Jenny, I did go back and look at 3J's numbers just to confirm. Pump station A is 800,000 for the, including the general conditions. It was pump station B that was around 400,000. So just a clarification on that number. And then, as Jenny also referenced, there's a small budget in here for future wetland mitigation to handle some of those non-contiguous pieces as opportunities for development arise. So our approach to this was to start by identifying all the potential revenue sources that could be allocated to the project. These are existing revenue sources. So sources that the city has today with very little effort could start to allocate to a project like this to catalyze development. We also looked at opportunities to identify long-term revenue sources that could be implemented. These would take some additional actions, and we emphasize that they're more suitable toward later phases of development, and they're really centered around how to address regional solutions for or regional funding sources for regional solutions to infrastructure. The most significant revenue source that the city has at its disposal is TIF. The city's report from its URA consultant forecasts that this financial capacity is anywhere between $27 and $43 million over the next 25 years. This is really significant in total, but as everybody here knows, TIF takes some time to build. I know the city has some increment in the URA now, but we assume in this analysis that the city does not tap TIF until later project phases. So we're not assuming any allocation of TIF to phase one. The remaining sources identified here are generally pretty flexible. From what we understand, the city receives about $200,000 per year in timber revenues that are specifically earmarked for infrastructure projects, design and engineering. So it aligns fairly well with the intent of this project. We understand that there's also about $700,000 expected in the phase 1 time window associated with site prep and grading of this particular site. Again, drawing connection of revenues to the site, revenues from the site and to the site. And then we found about another $230,000 per year of existing revenue associated with the ground lease from net revenue from ground leases of Cascade Tissue and the sale of the ACPS, or excuse me, SP parcel. So Jenny, you could advance our slide. When we take a look at all these sources combined, excluding TIF, we find that these sources can account for about 80 cents on the dollar. So 82% of total project costs, if all of that money that I just talked about, excluding TIF, is allocated to infrastructure on this project. So what this tells us is, absent grants for grants or new revenue sources, the project's going to have about a $3.5 million shortfall unless we allocate some form of TIF or additional revenue source to the project. So the example that we present here would be if the city was planning on allocating a third of TIF revenues to revenue for the St. Helens Industrial Business Park. You get to about 127% of project cost capacity. So what this means is it offers some flexibility in these numbers to address unforeseen changes in these revenue sources, to address cost increases. And from my perspective, more importantly, it allows the city more flexibility with respect to revenue to be dedicated to other economic development priorities. So you're not effectively putting all your eggs in one basket. You're reserving some of this more flexible revenue to be able to dedicate to other strategic objectives. Next page. Yes, thank you. And so our project really ended with some strategic recommendations. The first was to be aggressive about prioritizing going after grant funds where possible. So this would include, EDA funds, Iowa funds, and again, we provided an inventory of potential sources of revenue. This body of work can really serve as a good baseline body of information for the city to draw from in those grant applications. And we designed the deliverable as such so that pieces of this could be extrapolated out and put into grant applications as you look for bridge gap, funding gap grant sources. In the near term, our strategy was really to prioritize the use of those flexible funding sources to catalyze development and get development going in the first phase. So prioritize timber, grading, and contract payment revenue in phase 1. This will get some land going, some economic development wins, and as a bigger part of the funding strategy, start to accelerate increment going into the urban renewal district. So the earlier you get development going, the more robust your TIF to draw from in later phases will be. And then over the medium to long term, really 2 areas. One, take a deeper dive in exploring district funding sources for regional facilities. So taking a look at things like LIDs and other types of agreements where you could try to allocate some of that cost burden to those users. And then where necessary, capitalize on TIF revenues for residual funding needs. So where there's a gap, rely on TIF as an appropriate funding source to facilitate economic development of this site and in the city. So that's my quick synopsis of the funding strategy. I'm happy to take on questions where you have them.
So just so I'm correct, that first lift station was 800 and not 400.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. I mean, that's a big difference. So I really like the layout and the plan that you guys have come up with and moving forward. It looks like very doable, and I like the layout of the TIFs and 1/3 and keeping monies available to continue moving other projects forward because we got so much going on.
Comments, Mayor?
Yeah, he asked for them. Go ahead, Doug.
Yeah, well, I indeed like the what's happened with the plan. What I feel uneasy about is, and Topaz has touched on this occasionally on some of his comments about a 20-year out plan or concept of what our area is going to look like and what we can kind of concentrate on in terms of expansion as the city grows. So along with that, I would like to see some stakeholders, business people in the area, our Pacific Stainless individuals, people who are in the industrial sector, come forward and start to help us guide how this area around around the industrial plan is going to look. Case in point, we brought it up today. Where is the new sewage plant going to be located? How can we work that into, and what kind of effect would that have on this area? And I think those things I think the talk is like right now, if we can start to help facilitate municipalities like the fire district, like the port, our city, and then bring in our industrial sector and people and kind of formulate ideas along with our consultants. Now's the time to do that. And hopefully this really starts to set a precedent on this area. But there needs to be more. We need to get the side of the big picture of what this is going to, the entire city as it expands, what it's going to look like. Otherwise, we kind of go about like piecemealing areas with a blind insight. So that's my initial feeling towards this plan. This plan is great. It's something that was very much needed, and it gives us a start. But our work is just starting. That's the way I feel, Mayor.
Yeah, Councilor Berkeley, you are so polite, and I love that you raised your hand. So I apologize for not seeing your hand raised. I apologize for that. Yes,
that's all right. Thank you. We're all learning processes, and I appreciate that. So first, I do want to thank the staff and the Echo Northwest for developing this plan. This is something it's a first in my life to see this type of thing, and I do appreciate the in-depth report plus today's presentation. I guess want to say just something real quickly. I guess I'm kind of naive and or just have a little bit different perspective. And I suppose when I heard that the city was first acquiring this property, I kind of had in my mind that just like when it acquired the Veneer property and looking at the waterfront development, my hope as a resident at that time was that the city would engage the broader community in kind of a bigger dialogue on the possibilities of this property. That didn't happen, whatever. And now we have this parcelization plan. But I do have just a couple of questions and then just a comment. And I guess one, Mayor Scholl, too, it's kind of in response to your question to Councilor Chilton regarding the ballparks, which is something I had wondered about. But from my perspective too, I'm not a tree hugger, but I certainly consider the environment and to be essential. And that in terms of when we talk about benefits for our community, yes, we want to develop properties and enhance possibilities for income and ways of living. But I also do think there are some things that are not tangible, not can't be valued in the same way. And that particularly concerns phase 4, I guess it's, or the phase 3 areas, those areas of the 30s parcels. When I learned there was a park down there, Mayor, at a meeting whenever that was, I went down there, and that has become my new favorite place on earth. Not only the park area there, but further along the creek into those parcels where, there is a treasure St. Helens has is geographical. There are some remnant camas fields there, that meadows that we've been losing here in the city with some of the development. There are, I found this a rather rare orchid growing in the trees and things. So I guess I would, and I'm glad, I guess I am really looking at, yes, we need to maximize the money and the return. And this is a prime piece of property, but I would like to have some discussion about, about that and some maybe further community engagement about, say, the ball fields. And how we can utilize other city properties to maybe replace that, but also look at, are there ways to develop these other parcels in a way consistent with the stormwater facility and other means of bringing in some income, not maybe the same extent as industries. So anyway, I'm just throwing that out there as kind of my perspective in the thing. But so, if I could ask a couple of specific questions for Jenny and I'm sorry, was it Sam? I am wondering why, when I look at the costs associated, why phase 4 is actually phase 4. When I looked at the cost, when I see the cost of development, why something that's costs less per acreage is taken after some of the other phases where there's increased phase. So I'm just kind of just asking a question about how each of those phases was developed and why they were ordered the way that they are.
So yeah, that's a good catch, Councilor Berkeley. So phase 4 relies on a public access easement, and so there's no roadway costs associated with each net developable acre. So in that table, when you see the costs are really low, it's because that access easement is assumed to be developed per user, as opposed to the city coming in and building the full roadway improvements. And that was an assumption we made because phase 4 is pretty far out there. And also we've got to contend with this rail line, which is an asset, but it's also challenging to work around. And we also know that there's some in-water users and they may not need road access, depending on the type of use. They might be accessing their parcel from the water. So that was an assumption we made.
Okay. Thanks, Jenny. And one other one was when you're talking about a regional stormwater facility, my wife and I like to go walk around by the Crown Zellerback Trail and where I think it's called the Columbia Crest business park that Scappoose is developing, and they have a water filter, stormwater system that is, it's not a building where it's not a building, but they are like recreated wetlands or that type of thing. So, what exactly is the concept of a stormwater facility, regional stormwater facility? What does that look like?
I think that's a question not suited towards me specifically. I don't know if John can weigh in.
Sure, I'd be happy to weigh in on that.
Thanks.
So a regional system is where you would take a collective of people that would have a responsibility to do something with their stormwater as far as treatment and conveyance. And rather than have all these little individual structures and things to maintain, we collect that globally and do the treatment and control if there's conveyance issues. All in one. So it's very efficient. It's a much more cost-effective way to address the issue.
Okay. No, thank you. I appreciate that. And I guess I'll throw in there, I think that the nature of the nature on those parcels, that whole area would allow for some innovative approaches to treating stormwater and things that are more maybe kind to the environment. But again, I know this is just a framework. So I do want to say I really, again, appreciate the work that was done by staff and the county. And I think this is a great document for us to use as a basis going forward. That's all I have. Thanks.
Can I throw in another group of thoughts? One of the things, hello?
We hear you.
Okay. One of the things, I do consulting for a lot of companies, and most of the companies, not all, most of the companies I deal with would easily fit in any of these plots. And they typically have an income of $3 to $4 million a year. And basically they have on the order of $4 to $5 million worth of equipment. So you turn that by 35 million or 38 different parcels, you're talking $100 million of annual income in this area. Just kind of, but a lot of those companies wouldn't fit here because of the containment or the toxicity of the air around it. So let's keep going though. We can fix that. But the one super valuable piece of ground I see is that river. Not a whole lot of river front property in Kansas. And the people that I know that deal with the river or water or heavy transportation need road equipment to basically take care of their facilities while their business is on the river. And so the whole question is, have we built a list of the type of companies that we think could fit here? Because the people that would like to or need to go along the river are very high income companies. And yet I see nothing really delineated for companies specifically for the river. That's the thing that bothers me. Once I know what kind of companies I'd like to have here, then I personally would tell you how much ground they need. But the typical companies, the high-tech companies that I work with are, $10 million worth of equipment. I've worked with a couple of companies that are in the $5 and $50 billion business. And they get real fussy about what's around them. Now, that main paper mill could be a $5 billion operation for the right company because those type of companies that much ground. Let's not think only an acre, a half an acre, or 2 acres. What can we use this ground for and what type of companies need this? And then let's personalize the thing.
We agree. We agree with you. We're utilizing the Port of Columbia County for marketing these sites. And if there's interest for a larger parcel, we'll combine these parcels together. Say they need a 5-acre parcel or an 8-acre parcel. We'll work within this framework to come up with a parcel size that works for them. But we built this framework to be flexible, to accommodate larger parcels.
So it's my understanding that you guys do have a open communication with the port-owned properties that we currently have down there? Okay. Because I've just heard from community members that they're struggling to get tenants on those current properties. So I just want to make sure that that communication is there to make sure the need is also there.
We've also got an open intergovernmental agreement for marketing assistance for these parcels. And so we're hoping this document will help them target users to say, hey, we have a parcel. We're working on getting the infrastructure to it, but we anticipate it coming online this date, that sort of thing.
Okay.
Jenny, I think that's a key point. We have also reached out to when Chuck was the director of CSET, now Paul Vogel, but we are working in collaboration with them too. And they said, get it ready. We can't market it the way it looks right now.
Exactly.
You have to build a phase in order for us to market it. And so that's the driving force of why we're moving forward with this, is because it's not marketable right now. And so yes, we are working with CSET and we are also working with the port.
And one more point, I would encourage any counselors interested in the market analysis done. We did an updated market analysis for the site. And it's included in the full report. And there's some key findings in there about the types of users that would use this property. And they interviewed OMEC, they interviewed Colpac, the Columbia Pacific Economic Development Corporation. And they also interviewed the Port of Columbia County just to say, hey, what type of interest are you getting? And so we felt informed when we selected this parcel size. So
Yeah, that's a good point. And I'm glad you brought up that question because Patrick kind of challenged us on why we didn't have public input. It's because we reached out to, because it's industrial property, we reached out to the leaders in our area and did our due diligence in this planning. So I'm glad that that question got brought up, Jessica, and we were able to further this conversation.
Mayor, if I could make it, I think Councilor Chilton raises a really interesting point about the differences in business models. That the port's business model is to hold properties and lease the tenant space, so and that is not desirable to a lot of small businesses that want to have a 2 to 5 acre build your own building, have the equity in the property. The port's model is to do a ground lease, at least lease the building, and sometimes they can do that, underwrite the land to get the businesses there, and it's good for they fulfill their mission in that way. We haven't talked too much about that. This could either be outright land sales, it could be ground leases, we could be incentivizing the business we want to come by underwriting the land. There's a lot of opportunities that we haven't. We've figured out the expenses and how to pay for them, but on the revenue side of what the land might be worth or the city's long-term goals are, that's something we really need to give some thought to as well. So
yeah. So Pacific Stainless, for instance, is one of their deciding factors for coming here is they told the port they would not come unless they sold them the property. And they did sell that chunk of property. They wanted very much to lease it, but Pacific Stainless has been a very good employer in our area and is growing and expanding. And yeah, you never know. You just never know what opportunities could happen. So any other questions on this subject? I'm looking to see if Patrick's got his hand raised because I'm not good at it. I don't see it. So. And again, I apologize, Councilor Berkeley, for that. Okay, so moving on to our next item on the agenda would be public safety facility. Matt and Chief Greenway.
Hey, Matt, you got the video? Or
yeah.
the video for me? So as Matt kind of puts me on the screen, not that I'm the best looking person on this this meeting, I just wanted to really quick recap, just take 30 seconds to kind of, and she's not here and Sam's not here, but talk about Judge Lindgren and our city attorney, Sam Erskine. And I want to kind of reinforce the benefit that these two individuals bring to our community. Judge Lindgren, for those of you who know her, understand she's fair but firm. And she runs a tight ship in her courts, which benefits our community. And in over 30 years in law enforcement, I've interacted with judges from every level up to the federal magistrates. And I can tell you that Judge Lindgren is a home run for our city. Rarely do you find a judge that has the compassion that she shows. And it was on display today when she talked about helping our citizens in our community instead of punishing them. And I got to tell you, our officers don't win every case. So it's not like she's biased at all. She is fair, but she's professional. And Sam Erskine, another superstar in our city, he takes the time to mentor our young officers, to coach them, to teach them how to put a better case together. And again, I am very thankful that all of our employees have an opportunity to work with both of them. But we're here today, Matt and I are here today to talk about the public safety, project, for lack of better terms. And, I'm going to introduce two employees here to kind of talk to council. But before we talk or introduce these two individuals, and I'm going to give them a little quick bio. I'm coming to the council today and the community as the head of your police agency. And we are at a crossroads. We are at a point now where council has to make a difficult decision, hopefully will be made tonight, that is going to affect future generations of our community. So some things that, some of you might not know is that we currently have a vacancy within the St. Helens Police Department. And that vacancy has run for 45 days. And we are struggling to get the applicants to fill it. The first 30 days, we had one person apply to be a police officer in our community. Within 45 days, we have 4. And it's not like, we can hire somebody without doing a background check, without doing our due diligence, and we will not lower our standards. So how does this kind of play into our public safety facility? Well, it does. And I'm not here to hold anybody hostage or use leverage, but I'm here to talk to you about the possibilities of your vote tonight. We have to have a sense of urgency. We all understand we need a new police facility. And I will tell you that our police department urges our city council to impose an administrative fee to create a public safety fund. So we can continue down the road to continue to recruit, attract, develop, and retain good employees for our community. This is actually, in a weird way, a good timing to be building a new police department. And I say that because this could be the catalyst that attracts our qualified candidates that keeps our community safe. We are down one police officer, and we will soon be losing another police officer to another agency. We are not immune from what's going on across the nation, the anti-law enforcement sentiment. So I'm going to have two of our tenured officers, supervisors, talk to you about their experience at other agencies. Sitting before you today are 4 employees of the St. Helens Police Department that have just under 100 years police experience, okay? 100 years, ladies and gentlemen. And you have to please listen to us about what we're going to tell you about the possibility of not making the right decision and kicking this can down the road when we're past that. The ad hoc committee has been before you and made a presentation to implement a public safety fee, and we are here to support that and tell you why. And it's not because we need a whiz bang or fancy police station. It's because we need to serve our community better, and we need to ensure that we have the resources to do that on a continual basis. Right now, we are making adjustments within the police agency and to continue to serve our community. Our officers have been there for the community and been there for the city since day one. From stopping an active shooter 2 years ago that was hell-bent on killing some of our citizens, to investigating double shootings and violent crimes every week. You see our violent crime is increasing. Sam Erskine had mentioned today that the cases in his court have not slowed down because of COVID, that our calls for service are increasing, and we need to take action now. So I'm going to introduce you to these 2 individuals. The first you might know, his name is Doug Treat. He comes from us from Lake Oswego Police Department. Doug Treat has 26 years police experience, and he spent 6 years here with the St. Helens Police Department prior to leaving us, going to Lake Oswego Police Department. And he can probably touch on why he left. Doug Treat quickly rose through our ranks from being hired as an officer, and he now holds the rank of police sergeant. Right after Doug Treat, we're going to have Matt Smith. He's a corporal, and he's in charge of our investigations. He's going to talk to you. Matt Smith came from us from the Forest Grove Police Department with 18 years experience. Let me back up to Doug Treat. Doug Treat is also a graduate of the FBI National Academy, a prestigious academy. So Doug understands the concept of policing in a global level. And I forgot to mention that yesterday when we had the pleasure of talking with Councilor Chilton, and she came down to the station to meet all of our supervisory team. But back to Matt. Matt, 18 years of the Forest Grove Police Department, came to us. He held the rank of captain in Forest Grove. Matt is intelligent beyond all means. He has been called upon to testify in front of the Oregon State Legislature for passing laws, and we are very fortunate as a community to have these 2. So I want to first let Doug talk about his experience and why we need to have this sense of urgency and ensure we make the right decision tonight. So go ahead, Doug.
Thank you, Chief. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. As the Chief said, my name is Doug Treat. In 1996, I was hired by St. Helens Police Department, and I left in 2002. And during that 6 years that I was there, I spent 2 years on patrol and 4 years, almost 5 years, working narcotics. You've all seen our police department. Fast forward real quick to 2020 when I came back. I have the exact same box that my stuff goes into that I had in 1996. It's the same box, it's in the same location. It's like nothing ever changed. One of the issues that I dealt with working narcotics is that I would sit there and I would have dope, and I would have a scale, and I'd be weighing dope on a scale at the back table, processing that evidence. and then turning around and putting it in an evidence locker and then wiping that table off and eating my lunch in the same place that I just processed an ounce of methamphetamine or, 4 grams of heroin. The building, you have an amazing police department. And when I say police department, I'm talking about the personnel. You have an incredible amount of dedicated officers, and it is so refreshing to come from Lake Oswego to St. Helens to see how driven and hardworking the officers I work with are. It's absolutely amazing. But the condition that we work in is absolutely deplorable. The chief and the lieutenant have done everything they possibly can with that building to make it work. Our police department can't get accredited because of the facility. If we can't get accredited, we can't get a lower insurance rate. The biggest issue we have in law enforcement in 2020 and 2021 is retention and recruiting. It's very difficult in this climate to get a police officer. And let's face it, we're in St. Helens, but we're competing with the Portland metropolitan area for officers. And we're talking about Oregon City, who has a brand new police department, Canby, who has a brand new police department, Tualatin, who has a brand new police department, Lake Oswego is getting a brand new police department, Clackamas County has a brand new sheriff's office that's within 4 years old. And you have facility after facility that, quite frankly, as this job becomes more and more complicated and technical, needs to have the resources to be able to do the job. And unfortunately, we don't currently have it in the building that we have. You have over 8 officers who live in town. They are 100% supported the fee for a new department. They know how important that is. And we don't take it lightly. We all know what $10 a month can do to somebody. That's $120 a year. In the pandemic and in the economic situation we're in, absolutely could be a hardship. But we can't continue to work in the building that we're in. And I think we all recognize that. And we truly need the council's support to move forward with this, to make this happen. As Chief Greenway said, we have an officer who's leaving. At some point, we're not going to be able to continue to do our job with the facility that we have, and we're going to lose more officers. I'm here because I want to give back to the community of St. Helens. They gave me a chance and did a great job for me, and I worked hard for them for 6 years. And then I left and I came back because I wanted to give back to this community. We need the community to give to the police. We're not asking for the gold standard, the Taj Mahal. We're asking for a facility that will work for us to do our job.
Thanks, Doug. Matt Smith.
Hey, Matt, your audio is not working. You might have to specifically reconnect your headset. Still not working.
There, is my audio working now?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about the technical issues. I can't touch and go into any more detail in regards to the effect that it has on personnel and retention the way Sergeant Treat did, but I'll speak to it from a perspective for what the citizens experience. So we don't have a station that's even remotely ADA compliant. One of the first things that I noticed when I came here was if we had a citizen to come in to report that they're the victim of a violent crime and they have mobility issues or they were in a wheelchair, it would be virtually impossible, if not completely impossible, to interview them in a controlled environment. And we don't even have, once you get inside the police department, a secure location we can bring a victim of a violent crime into a private setting that's situationally appropriate to get a statement from them. Within the last 2 or 3 months, I had to interview a sexual assault survivor, essentially in an interview room, an interrogation room, which is just yes.
Matt, can you turn your head to the left so we can see you?
There we go. Sorry about that. I'm focusing on all of you when I'm speaking and you're getting the side of my face.
No, Matt,
and
I think it's very important that you connect with the citizens, especially what you just talked about.
What's very near and dear to me is that the department that we have, I picked to come work for St. Helens purely based on community engagement and the research and homework that I did about this community. And we recently had a citizen who was the victim of a violent crime, and we literally spoke with her at an interview table surrounded by officers who were trying to gear up and change their equipment to go on shift. And we're trying to take a statement regarding a pretty traumatic incident where there was not a situationally appropriate room in order to have that conversation. And so what we're kind of asking for the council's help with is this goes beyond even employee retention. It goes beyond ensuring that we have a building that can sustain us for the next 20 or 30 years, but it affects our day-to-day operations. And imagine if you have a loved one who's a victim of a violent crime, and the only location that we can interview them at is in an interrogation room in a police department. This is just simply not situationally appropriate. And then take into account too the technological changes over the last 20 or 30 years, just that you've experienced personally. And this is a building that was constructed, I believe, close to 40 or 50 years ago.
50, yeah.
And as a result, we have a 50-year-old building where there is just not sufficient technical infrastructure to charge your body-worn cameras, charge your radios, have enough computer workstations where you can write reports. And on top of that, 50 years ago, think of all the different biological evidence that we're now collecting in the course of our duties, and we're doing it in a professional manner, but we just simply don't have. And one of the things I noticed as someone who is in charge of an evidence room, we need to ensure that we have sufficient space to have our biological evidence stored where it can be safely stored for years, in some cases decades. And so what we're really asking the public's help with is help us help you and serve you in a more efficient manner. And one of the things I like most about the building designs that I've seen is this is a building that's designed to sustain the community for many years to come. And this is, I think, a good bang for your buck, and it's going to retain your employees. And I think you're going to see a reflection in the service we provide.
Thanks, Matt. And so I'm going to turn over to Matt Brown, who's going to bring up the PowerPoint, I believe, Matt, or a video?
Yep.
Okay. And Matt will chime in and kind of go through the slides. Before we go to Matt's the money man. Everybody knows that. So that's when I kind of acquiesce to his expertise on the dollar amount. So thank you for giving us the opportunity to present before you today. Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, one thing I want to share with the council before the presentation is, that we've been working behind the scenes on some public engagement tools to use in the near future. And one of those is a video and multiple videos that we plan on producing. And one of those videos is complete, and I'd like to share that with you today. This is the initial video of kind of presenting the issue, so to speak. We do have plans for a second and third and potentially fourth video if we deemed it necessary, but I wanted to share that video with you today. So hang on just for 1 second.
Today, I'm going to give you a tour of our police station and a current condition assessment, just so everybody of our community can understand and see the conditions of our current station and the reason why we're asking for a new public safety facility. So our current facility is limited in the capacity to serve our residents. If a citizen comes in to file a police report, there's absolutely no area for them to have a confidential or private conversation with our front office staff. We don't have an area for restrooms that they can use. There's no public facility. It's very limited. It's not ADA accessible, and we really need to improve with a new public safety facility to better serve the residents of St. Helens. We have 6 supervisors sharing 2 offices along with our canine dog. As you can imagine, it's very inconvenient, it's very cumbersome. It's difficult for us to have private conversations to develop our employees when you're asking people to step out of an office so we can use that for confidential private conversations, and then you have a canine dog in a cage in the same office. Our station is so small that our officers encounter many dangerous narcotics on the street and have to bring them back into the station to be able to test them in the course of their duties. Our station is not set up properly with the proper ventilation, with the proper workspace to allow our employees to safely do this. And oftentimes we're asking our employees who are working on another project or interviews to exit the actual room where this is being conducted for their safety. Often we have to clear out areas and from our workforce so we can interview juveniles or hold juveniles for the parents to come pick them up. We are mandated by law to keep them separate from our adult people, and the 2,300 square feet just isn't cutting it. We have one report writing room where 18 officers share 3 computers. In today's environment with our pandemic, you can imagine how problematic that is to keep a social distancing that's mandated by OSHA of 6 feet in a room that is smaller than a standard office. The St. Helens Police Department currently employs 23 full-time employees. We have a locker room that has 18 available lockers, and it's an 8x10 room. Sadly, our locker room is unisex, meaning that the locker room is so small that we can only have one person changing there at a time. And on shift change, when we're deploying 3 officers, you can understand that this is very cumbersome. In 1980, an addition was put on of our police garage. And over the years, the police garage has become our training area, and it's absolutely not conducive for our needs. We have vehicles in here. There's a lot of brake dust in this garage. It's damp. It's just absolutely not the environment that we want to have any type of training, any type of environment where our employees are exposed to on a routine basis. The current working conditions of the St. Helens Police Department are unacceptable. To be honest, we have to improve. This is not a want, this is a definite need for our community, for our employees, to keep them safe and continue to serve our residents of St. Helens.
So that is one of the videos that we would use during the public engagement period. I'm going to share a PowerPoint with you now. And if at any time you do have questions, not only for myself, but for Chief Greenway or some of the officers and Lieutenant Hogue that is here as well, they are the experts to ask. I'm here to answer any financial questions, as well as we have our financial advisor, bond attorneys, and to answer any questions that you may have that come up during the presentation as well. So I am not the only financial resource at your fingertips today. So allow me 1 second to start the presentation here. Should be able to see a PowerPoint presentation here, see the outside of the rendering of the new facility that we have been discussing over the course of time here. And a couple of things that I want to note for the City Council as you go through this presentation, and the questions that we would like to ask as staff to you as City Council at tonight's regular session are these 3 main questions. And so we'd like you to keep these in mind as I go through the presentation. And like I said, we're always around to answer any questions that you may have. So 1, do you accept the committee's recommendation? As most of you know, we had an ad hoc committee of over 25 community members that helped weigh in on what they thought was the best recommendation for the city to move forward. And the overall recommendation is on the agenda for tonight as a resolution for acceptance. I want to be clear that the acceptance and passage of this resolution by no means is indicating that you are starting a fee or going down any kind of certain path. The passage of the resolution is simply acknowledging the work that the ad hoc committee has done over the last few months and acknowledging what their recommendation to you as the City Council was. So the second question is at the end of this presentation, you'll see some proposed next steps. And we will be asking you tonight if those steps are appropriate and you would like to move forward. And then the last question is how you would like to be involved. So a quick review of the ad hoc committee recommendations that were presented to you at an earlier meeting. A few of the main points were to include a robust community engagement period. Also, adding an additional polling if necessary after the engagement period. The ad hoc committee recommended increasing the funds to utility assistance programs that we currently have. We currently use Community Action Team right now for those programs. The ad hoc committee did recommend creation of a public safety fund and also suggested that it be ramped up, starting low and then increasing over time. They also heavily suggested that the public safety fund be created administratively through City Council. A couple of the last notes were that the sale of the current police station at the time when the new station is built, that sale and those proceeds from the sale would go towards paying down the debt service on the new station. And then, of course, always continue researching grants and other funding opportunities that may come available. So just a quick review for you. I know this is the regurgitation of a slide that you saw at the last meeting, and one you may have seen floating around the ad hoc committee. And we really wanted to just make sure that you're very well aware of the differences between a public safety fund and a general obligation bond. They are both technically bonds, although they were different types. So a public safety fund utilizes a revenue bond, whereas the general obligation bond is a regular bond that you would go out to voters for. So on the public safety fund, there is no effect on property taxes for homeowners. The funding can be used for capital construction as well as ongoing maintenance costs. It is also what we are planning to do is this public safety fund would be based on a user rate model rather than a property tax based model. It also increases our flexible spending. So as I noted earlier, it can be used for capital and ongoing expenses. That is something that a general obligation bond cannot do. Voter approval for a public safety fund is optional. It can be done administratively, although you do have the option of sending it out to a vote on the May or November ballot for 2021. Staff felt that the public safety fund, as well as the ad hoc committee recommended the public safety fund because they believe it is a more equitable option. It also may, the rate that you're going to see in this presentation may decrease over time depending on the population growth and development of the city in the future. So on a general obligation bond, obviously that increases property taxes. It also is very limited in only construction. There is some user disparity, and this was discussed at the ad hoc committee. So higher property values often pay more because they have a higher assessed value as opposed to a lower assessed value. There is a impact to other jurisdictions. As you may be aware, there's a lot of other jurisdictions that are trying to fund different avenues, different things that they're doing. And so by us putting a general obligation bond on the tax roll may impact future obligations that go out to voters as well. As I mentioned before, the general obligation bond must be voter approved. And then we did discuss, although there might be a little bit of confusion between public safety agencies in the community, we often get kind of lumped in with the Columbia County sheriffs. Often people confuse where the two jurisdictions work together, as well as where that line is of differences. There is also a very limited prepayment options. It is, although the most secure funding option, and then there's always the stigma that renters may not directly pay or contribute to, because renters often feel that they don't pay property taxes, even though oftentimes it's included in their monthly payment. But that's something to keep in mind as well. Are there any specific questions about the difference between public safety and bond? The reason I ask is because we have our financial advisors here that would be able to answer any questions you may have.
Matt, what's the most, and this goes to your polling, what's the most appealing from the population? We need the money, that's done. Which is the most appealing to get done fast?
Well, that's kind of a toss-up, so to speak. In our polling, we talked about, I guess we threw out some options here as far as wording of, would you approve a bond at $10, or, that would be a cost of, say, $10.26 per month? Would you approve a public safety fund that would be $10.26? So we did some different polling questions depending on what the wording is, how much it is. We did not specifically ask a direct question to the polling folks of whether they would want a bond or a public safety fund. It was more about the wording and how it would be. When we did ask specifically on bond structure, sorry, I'm getting a Apple alert that I have a high heart rate. So, I'll try and relax a little bit, turn off my heater. Hopefully I won't die. I will say from the polling results, it really was almost like a 55-45, 50, almost 50-50 vote between going for a public safety fund and a general obligation bond. One of the key things that came up from the polling results was that, as you mentioned, Councilor Topaz, you know that we need a facility. It's not really a question of, do we do it now? Do we do it in 5 years? Do we do it in 10 years? The fear that came out from the polling, as well as from the ad hoc committee especially, was that if you put this out to a vote, say as a general obligation bond in November, and let's say that for whatever reason that it doesn't pass, well, we're at the same boat we're at now. We're now almost 9 months down the road, and now we're to a point where you almost have to put on the admin fee. And how does that look to voters if they vote no, and then you as a council decide to put on the administrative fee on the back end? So it can be very counterintuitive, and it really is a toss-up from what we can see in the polling if a general obligation bond would pass.
Okay, another question. I've got one of the systems of financing going, and I've got to make changes. How much more expensive it is to go to the general obligation bond than the administrative bond if I've got to make a change that I wasn't planning? I'm trying to find out how efficient the use of money is if I've got to make changes.
Correct. And actually, we're going to see that in a future slide when I go through some of the pricing. You're going to see that actually the public safety fund is, I wouldn't say extraordinarily less money overall, but as far as the difference between doing a property tax increment for a general obligation bond versus the user-based model that we have with our utility rate customers, there's actually, you get a way cheaper model as far as a cost of going out for the general obligation bond and all of the administrative costs that are tied into a general obligation bond. It actually ends up being a lot cheaper to do the public safety fund. And that was one of the big characteristics of why the ad hoc committee chose the public safety fund over the general obligation bond. So I believe I kind of addressed that in a graph that I did at the last council meeting where I did the comparison of rates. Whereas like a $250,000 or $300,000 house on a 30-year general obligation bond ended up being about $18, I believe, per month when you kind of actually figure out what the tax increment is and then how much the assessed value is and what the dollar ends up being at the end of everything. It ends up being around $18 a month. Whereas that same household on a public safety fund, when we attach that public safety fund to the utility fee, it could end up costing them $9 or $10. So it is considerably cheaper to go the public safety fund route than it is the general obligation bond.
Well, and I wanted to bring something up, Matt, that I heard also from the conductor of the poll, which is just a reminder that there's still going to be independent auditing to make sure funds are used correctly. So I just want to throw that out there so that everyone is aware.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. There's always a required audit, so to speak, on the general obligation bond. There also is what you'll see as a proposed next step is the creation of kind of an oversight committee for the public safety fund as well. So in addition to the yearly audit that the city automatically receives, there would be this separate committee that potentially could oversee those public safety funds and ensure that they are used for what they are intended to be. And then also, as Jessica Chilton, I want to make sure that everybody knows that the public safety fund is a separate fund away from the general fund. It's away from the enterprise funds. It's a completely kind of, if you want to think about it as a separate account. So only those public safety funds go into it. And then there's that accounting and recording of what is going out of that as well.
And that it would only be capital improvements. It would not be funding for the police day-to-day operations that we have in our budget. This is completely 100% about the police station. only.
Correct. Yeah. Right now it is all about building this police station and getting to that next step.
And the biggest misconception is that we are Columbia County. You're going to find that Councilor Chilton, and Berkeley's not here with us right now, but you are going to have those questions come before you, and you're going to be like, wait a minute, I apologize because I hear your frustrations, but that's not us. That's actually Columbia County. And you have to direct them to the commissioners, and it's frustrating because it is a huge misconception that we are Columbia County. We're not.
Exactly, Mayor. As I mentioned on the slide here, that confusion risk with public safety agencies. We often, when something bad or good happens with Columbia County, it's often that we see effect, and it's vice versa. If we do something good and bad, it's often Columbia County that gets that response. So a couple questions that we wanted to go over for the Public Safety Fund is the funding methodology. And this really accounts for how would we address a public safety fund? How would it be implemented? And we wanted to show you that there are multiple ways that we can do this. And we also wanted to show you a couple examples of how we're currently using this. So the first question is how should each account pay? And that can be either a flat amount per account, per meter size. It can be based on a residential dwelling unit. For non-resident customers, so for commercial and industrial customers, we can do it based on the area of the tax lot. We can do it based on impervious surface. So a couple quick examples, as you can see on the slide, the $2 community recreation fee, that it is based on a flat amount per account. So no matter whether you're Cascades or a family residence, you're paying $2 a month, okay? The storm rate is based on for residential customers, it's based on dwelling units. So if you're a single family home, you pay 1 unit. If you're a customer like Armstrong or Cascades, you take over a larger portion of land, and that is based on your impervious surface. So how much parking lot do you have? How big is the parking lot in Walmart? So that's what their storm rate is based on, is that impervious surface of what we call it. So those are just a couple examples.
Matt, on usage, every type of neighborhood has kind of a crime rate. Could you base it on crime rate, or is that too pointed?
I would advise not to. Not saying that you couldn't. I would not be prepared to give you a direct final answer on that funding methodology. However, I know things can change a lot over time. So when you specify a specific area as a crime area, that doesn't necessarily mean 5 years down the road, it might revitalize itself and not be a crime area. And so do you change it on a yearly basis? I think there's a lot more open-ended questions, especially around economic and diversity in our community and how those may play into some of those drivers. So I'm not going to say that you couldn't do it, but I wouldn't be prepared today to say that.
The reason I asked the question is most likely those areas would be the least likely to pay for anything. So it's kind of, don't do that, but it always sounds intriguing. If they're using most of the police time, charge them the most. So it's kind of a question, don't do that.
Yes, I see where you're getting at. So I'm going to get over to this really fun slide that I had a lot of fun creating. And it's a lot more intriguing to me than it is anybody else. But a couple of things I want to note. So with the Public Safety Fund, we are looking at 2 different options, a 20-year and a 30-year option. Now within those 2 options, there are sub options. Those are, do you want a level payment debt service? Those are shown in the blue. In the green is a level debt service payment after 3 years of interest-only payments. In the orange columns, you will see that it is also a 3 or 4 interest-only year, but the debt service payments increase over time. Okay. I want to also stress that these monthly estimates are for residential customers. So it does not take into consideration commercial or industrial. And that goes back to, do we address these fees by area? Do we address it by dwelling units or impervious surface? So this is just looking at the residential component. And the commercial and industrial component can be a completely separate kind of assessment. I also want to note that when we're looking at a 20 or a 30-year option, I've put some growth estimates into the residential dwelling unit amounts. So as you're well aware, the city of St. Helens is growing at a nominal rate. So to assume that the amount of dwelling units or meter accounts that we have today will be the same in 20 and 30 years is obviously not a good estimate to go on. We know that there's going to be growth. The question is how much growth. So there is a 1.5% growth factor built into each year. The other thing that I do want to mention, and I know our financial advisor is on here listening to me, and he would probably send me a bad email back if I did not say that these are preliminary rates and they are subject to change depending on when we actually go out for the bond, when we actually start paying back the funds. So there are a lot of factors that go into this. These are just preliminary estimates, okay? So I'm going to start on the blue section real quick and look at the 20 and 30-year options. As you can see, if we were to start in 2022, the monthly fee for a 20-year repayment option would be $11 per month, okay? As we go throughout the years, you see that the monthly fee amount goes down. That is because of the anticipated growth factor. So by the time we get to 2041, which is paying off the debt service, that fee would estimately be around $8.50. Same thing on the 30-year option. You can see that it starts at $9 per month. As we go through the years, 30 years down the road, I'm estimating that that fee could be as low as $6. So as growth happens, there's more houses, there's more accounts. The cost, the debt service payment is spread out over more people. I will note one thing I want to note to you as a council is the difference between 20 and 30 years. If we start out at $11 versus $9, it's $2 more a month. That $2 or $3 per month can make a difference. As you can see, that's 10 years of debt service payment that is taken off by going with the 20-year option and doing $2 or $3 more a month per customer. So that is something to take into consideration. The interest costs over those 10 years, you can see the cost of the loan at the bottom here. So as the $26 million number on the far bottom right here for a 30-year increase in payments compared to paying $20 million on a 20-year financing with level debt service payments. So interest definitely takes its accumulation as it's intended to do. The second option of the green options here for 20 and 30 years, like I mentioned, are those 3 years of interest only payments, and then looking at a level debt service for the remaining debt service. So starting at $6, and then after those interest only payments stop, it bumps up to $12 and then starts to work its way down as growth develops in the city. Same thing with the 30-year options. The orange section shows the $6 fee as well, starting interest only payments and then growing to $11.50 for the 20-year options and $8.50 for the 30-year options. So those are those increasing debt service payments, as you can see throughout the years. I want to pause right there and ask if there's any questions that you may have for either myself or our financial advisors that are on.
Okay, for you or your financial advisors, what percentage are you basing this off of? Are you with the average percentage right now, which is very, very cheap to borrow money?
It is very cheap right now. I'm going to have, I believe,
because I'm just guessing these are modest numbers and that it could potentially be cheaper these are, and that would be my question.
Let me get our advisor people on here in a second. Give me.
Matt, I think I'm on.
Oh, hey.
You are.
Good
CDFM, I'll have him introduce himself.
Good afternoon, Mayor and councilors. I'm Duncan Brown again with PFM Financial Advisors. We are the independent financial advisor to the city. In response to the question, the estimates provided here are based on current market conditions plus a 0.5% cushion. So if interest rates rose by 0.5% for the city, this is roughly what we'd be looking at. If they stay unchanged, obviously the amounts would be slightly lower than this.
So another question would be if we found just a flat rate to charge, which was a happy medium with maybe and you hate to do this as a financial guy, but I'm gonna do it. Maybe with just a little bit of shortfall, and anticipation to the growth that you see here. I know you cannot control that or try to project that, but we do know that we are going to grow. So I see a little bit of that, and I know that those numbers have been modest too, as well, Matt. I know you.
You've been here long enough to experience that I always budget revenue lower and budget expenses higher.
So on a 20-year on the first blue column, if we were to go just $10 or $9.50 all the way out, I mean, that would be my question, and not have to fool around with it anymore, adjust it, make notifications of increases or decreases, just a flat rate. Here it is. This is what it is, 20 years. And that just makes it simple and moving forward.
Correct. We can play around with some of the estimates, and also the commercial and industrial customers are going to have to are another component, like I mentioned in here.
They have to be accountable. Yes, they do.
Yeah, if you charge more in the commercial industrial rate, or we get more revenue as, let's say, the industrial part comes on and you have a few customers come online, that can make a drastic impact on what the requirements are needed for debt service payments. So just as you mentioned, Mayor, as the city grows, if we get a couple big companies to come in or a couple big developments to come in, the cost could really go down for some of our residential customers and our commercial customers. But yes, you could potentially put one rate and just have it fixed. And I would say, and you'll see this in the upcoming next step slide, part of that financial committee to oversight would be to ensure that what we're collecting is appropriate for what is required for the debt service. And so that committee could make recommendations to the city council in the future if they see that the fee is not coming in as expected, or it's coming in over the expected because we've had some growth in the last 6 months or whatever.
Matt, right now our police station is in such a condition, other than an example of the Frontier Sheriff's Office, that we can't get any grants. Let's say we have a new police station and we can pick up a $8 million grant. Can we get rid of these loans or using that grant to it? I assume the grant is specifically aimed at reducing that. Is there any way that we can?
I'm not going to say it's impossible. However, it is unlikely that we will find a grant that will pay for a building that is already built. If we're doing additions or have something that we want to add on afterwards, that's a lot possible. But I have not seen, if any, grants that will pay for buildings that we just built. I'm not going to say it's impossible and that it's not out there. I'm happy to look under every single rock and stone that may be out there. But I've yet to see one or a city or organization come into a grant for a building that they just built. It is possible through maybe like an endowment or something that if let's say Bill Gates passed away and he wanted to put an endowment towards a public safety facility and to pay down that debt for the community. That is very possible, something like that.
So the mechanism of this loan would accept a one-shot pile of money to take care of it. Getting that pile of money is a different problem, but we're allowed to pay this down at one time.
Well, with caveats. And Duncan, do you want to step into that a little bit?
Yeah, I'd be happy to, Matt. I would say it is most common for tax exempt municipal bonds to be sold with what we call a 10-year call feature. So at year 10, they can be redeemed or refinanced with no penalty. And that's a little bit different than, say, a home mortgage, which can be refinanced at any time. There are ways to structure debt, municipal debt, with shorter call features, but that typically comes at a cost, particularly if that feature is not used. The interest rate on that can be punitive. So it's most common to see a call feature at year 10, or perhaps as short as year 5. It's a little less common to issue debt that's callable shorter than 5 to 10 years after it's issued.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions financially? All right, I'm going to plug ahead. So this is where we kind of get into the community engagement part. And what staff would like to propose to you tonight is a 3-month public engagement period. And that is a combination of articles that we release on our website, local news, social media, in-person meetings that we can set up registration forms so that we can control the amount of people and the social distancing that are required right now, but holding those at the rec center or the police station, the current police station, having multiple social media meetups, Facebook, Live, Zoom, anything like that. And then also, like you saw before the presentation, the video that we've done, we do have plans to do at least 2 more, if not 3 more. And then also schedule tours for our community members to actually walk through our current police facility to understand why we are asking the city council to create this public safety fund. And then there's also all of the other local organizations that we have, the Chamber of Commerce. I'm blanking on a few of them, but we all know of a lot of our service local organizations that are around that can be difficult at this time to get onto a meeting because they're not meeting regularly, but we can try with every effort to try and get to as many local organizations to present this idea and this process and the solution that the ad hoc committee has recommended to you. So as a quick recommendation, or as a quick reminder, these are the ad hoc committee recommendations that were suggested to you. And the next steps from staff recommendations is to move forward on this 3-month public engagement period. We really want to try and focus on the why we need the police station and focus on the committee's recommendations and reasoning behind their choice. We would come back to the city council on April 7th, and this would be when you as a council would officially vote on a resolution and ordinance to create a public safety fund. There would be a community engagement period after the city council decision is made, and then the creation of a public safety facility advisory committee. And this could very well be the current committee that we have, but they would actually review the funding for the public safety facility and make any future recommendations to the council regarding those public safety funds. So once again, at tonight's regular session meeting, what we would like to ask you as staff is, 1, do you accept the committee's recommendations? 2, do you agree with the proposed next steps that staff is presenting to you now? And 3, how would you like to be involved? So with that, I'd like to open it up to any questions that you may have to myself, John Walsh, our police chief Greenway, or any of the officers that are attending right now.
Yeah, Matt, you mentioned that, I'm sorry, I've got a hand to raise here somewhere.
It's all right, Council President.
Exactly. So you mentioned the fact that there would be a public engagement after the council made its decision.
Correct.
And why is that not prior to?
There
the
is one
council?
prior to that. So that's the 3 months leading up to April, to the April 7th date. And that would be the community engagement period that we would as staff would go out to community organizations, set up meetings, and make sure that the community is aware of what the decision the city council is looking at, what the ad hoc committee's recommendation is, and to give them as much opportunity and feedback to share their opinion and their thoughts on a new police station, and potentially the funding mechanisms to help kind of encourage the city council to make whatever decision you may make at that April meeting. After you make the decision on the April meeting, I believe it is important for us as staff and as a community to make sure that we respond to the community that is out there of what the decision was, why it was made, and as well as what the next steps are on moving forward.
So it sounds like that session would be a Q&A kind of thing of just what just happened.
Exactly.
In case people, so we could clarify.
Correct, exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
Matt, there's one thing on this public involvement that I see missing. And we've talked a great deal about how the police do their job and what kind of equipment they need. But I don't hear any words about why the police makes our town a good town. It isn't that they got a crummy police station, it's they do their job and the number of types of jobs that they do and when they do it. I think a little more about what they are doing for us, not how they're doing it themselves, should be put into the program when we explain why we need a police station. If we don't have any policemen and everybody's getting robbed, nobody's going to live here. That's why, I mean, I'd like to put the good part about what our police do for us every day, even though it's invisible many times.
Yeah, absolutely, Councilor Jopinson, and I'm sure Chief Greenway would like to respond to that. I know the presentation that you saw today is very much tailored to you as a city council. The presentation that would be out into the public would be vastly different, and it would be mainly, I would hope, Chief Greenway speaking, because he really is the delegate for the police station. He knows the operations, he knows what's going on, what is needed, as opposed to me or anybody else that may be speaking. I'm happy to speak on the financial side when we get to that wondrous slide of Excel and costs and everything. But as far as reaching out to the community and informing them about what their current police do and where they're lacking in resources and utilities to do their position, that would definitely be a job
Right.
for Chief Greenway.
And Councilor Topaz, we do have some testimonials from our own employees that weren't on the video as of yet. They have spoken. We're actually doing a video in Spanish as well for our our Spanish speaking community. I think that's important. But you're right, you hit the nail on the head. First of all, to say if we don't have the police, and that's concerning to me, is that we have we can't get this wrong. We have to get it right to ensure that we continue to progress as a city and keep our community safe, or people won't stay here. We've seen it in other cities across America. When it gets too dangerous, people flee. So we do have, I can sit here and tell you today that within the last 6 months, we had 2 officers save our citizens' lives through CPR and Narcan. That's the things that our community has to see. And that's part of our strategic plan of marketing and the going out to the community and letting them know not just why we need a new station because, of ADA compliance, but why we need to keep our most important resource, and that's our officers and our employees who continue to serve our community. So that message that you just said was well received, and we're already working towards that, Councilor.
If I could just say a few words, that we owe it to our community. What the resolution is strictly about the ad hoc committee suggestions in moving forward in the next process. But we owe it to our community and our children to not accept second-rate officers. Our officers are held to a high standard, and it shows in our community. Again, time and time again, that I've witnessed personally. I've watched them be counselors to people, to children who are struggling with depression and anxiety, to parents who are having a tough time raising their kids, to crimes being committed, and swarming the neighborhood to find the suspects and apprehend them and solve them. We heard Matt talk about sex abuse that they're investigating. I watch this and witness this on a daily basis, and I feel very fortunate with the current condition of our police department that we have the quality of officers that we do have. And I do want to say that as a reflection of Chief Greenway, Lieutenant Hogue, and the sergeants and corporals, the leadership there. And we owe it to our officers. We definitely owe it to our officers to at least go through with this resolution tonight. And that's what's on discussion. And I probably went a little bit above and beyond that part of it. But I can tell you these guys truly care about the community. They're living here. They are plugged in. Some coach. I've witnessed them give bikes to children around Christmas time. I've gotten to know these guys on an intimate level because I'm out in the community almost as much as they are. So, we owe it to our children. It's really the officers. Yes, they will continue to serve us. And man, those conditions are bad over there. 2,300 square foot. Some of you that are listening, your house is bigger than our current police station. Okay, just think about that. And it's over 50 years old. The addition to the garage was 50 years ago. It's over 50 years old.
Yeah, I think, Mayor, are you clicking your mouse or your phone, your pen?
I'm clicking my pen because my heart rate is going up.
It's coming across very clear. About
this.
I know Chris Iverson wanted to be here as well for this meeting, and he was on our ad hoc committee. We had a little informal meeting last night to go through this presentation, and one of his biggest key takeaways that he wanted to make you aware of is, if you remember the forecasting of what the new facility and how big it would be. As you said, Mayor, the current police facility is only about 2,200 square feet, 2,300 square feet. And in the needs assessment for the next length of time, we're building a facility that's 22,000 square feet. So that's a considerable amount of change that you can see is needed.
Sure. And tonight is just a vote on the resolution to go with the ad hoc committee recommendations and moving the next step forward. I just want to make that clear that we are by no means adopting this tonight.
I think,
yeah,
Patrick.
Yes.
Yeah. Mayor, so,
welcome back.
Hey, and thank you, and Chief Greenway and other presenters. I apologize that I was absent the last half hour. I'm nearing the end of one job and was interviewing for another. And
the police department is hiring, counselor, in case that falls through.
But that would be unethical. So
Right,
you have to wait.
Yeah,
to your counselor.
right. So I apologize for that, and I do want to. I was very disappointed that I did not hear it. I know I can check on it, and Matt has offered to follow up. But so sorry, I lost my train of thought. One question I do have, I absolutely support the need for a new facility. That's beyond question for me. I was looking at the resolution for tonight, and particularly section 5. I'll read it. The Public Safety Facility Ad Hoc Committee recommends the creation of a public safety fund. The committee agreed that the monthly fee should be determined by the city council, but that the public safety fund should be created administratively. So I guess this might go to John or just wanted to clarify that by acknowledging that. Does that also allow us, because my preference is for a public safety fund rather than a bond, but I also believe that this is an important issue for the voters to have a say on in a vote. So I'm wondering, does this section 5 preclude that residents voting on this fee?
So I'll take a crack at that. So the acceptance of the recommendation is just that, and it's also the plan that we're looking at forward to here is a rollout of community engagement period, is kind of putting the council's intentions out there, measuring that against the community engagement that they were doing over the next several months. And there's no ordinances or anything being adopted until several months from now. So you have a lot of time to think about that and digest that, get that public opinion that we're looking for. And,
okay, thanks. That's very helpful. So that basically then at April 7th would be we based on the public engagement and the information we have, that at that point is when we would actually pass the necessary. I'm getting mixed up between resolutions and anyway, we would make that determination, and we have the ability as a council, just like we did for the recreation program, to just establish that, or on April 7th, that is also our time to say that we will present this to a vote. So I just want to keep those options open.
Well, and that vote could be that we're doing an ordinance to create a public safety fund, and then that within that ordinance, and most ordinance, anything that creates a fee will also have a component of that establishes the authority to create a fee by resolution, and that resolution doesn't get approved that night. That's another discussion, and it goes down the road that we work on and come up with proper methodology and something that's acceptable.
And the ordinance will have 2 readings, and first and a final, and the whole due process. I mean, we're a ways out from anything being a long ways out from. Yes.
Yeah. No, thanks, Mayor. I just being familiar with council and things, it's different now that I've affirmed. Take that, have sworn or made that affirmation, and I'm just trying to exercise excess of caution and deliberation, and just clarifying these things. But I want to say that I think I've already mentioned this. I did have the opportunity to meet with Chief Greenway during the summer, saw the facility, and I absolutely support the construction of a new facility, but we really need to, bring our citizens on board and support it. So I'm glad we're going to have a robust public engagement. Thank you.
And Mayor, can I clarify one thing as well for tonight's agenda? You have the resolution of the committee as the work session action items. I would like to add those 3 questions that I talked about during the presentation, which is, do you agree with the committee's recommendation? Because it helps tailor our presentation to the community. If you agree that, yes, a public safety fund should be met, and we're not asking the question of, does it go out to a vote or is it done administratively? Is the public safety fund, do you agree that's the best method? The second question is, do you agree with the staff's recommended next steps? So that would include the public engagement period, the videos, and everything else that was included on those next step list coming back in April, as John mentioned, to start that process of creating the public safety fund and doing that. And then the third, which is kind of an open-ended question, but how do you as a council or individually as council members want to be involved in that public engagement? Do you want to attend some of the meetings? Do you want to be involved in how that community rollout goes out? So that's more of an open-ended question, but I wanted to make sure if it was okay with you, Mayor, if we include those items on the work session action items.
I think it would be.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. If I can say one more thing, I'm bilingual, Spanish, English bilingual, and would be love to be a resource in outreach to our Spanish speaking community. So thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Councilor Berkeley, for that. Yes, that's awesome. Any other questions?
I see Councilor Morton has his hand raised.
Oh gosh, we're gonna say, all right. That's awesome. Council President Morton.
Yeah, and just in terms of public engagement, one of the issues that I have is that we saw amazing presentations from our police individuals, our police force, our cadre today. Nothing could be better. And I just hope that once the council gets involved, we don't screw things up in terms of public engagement. And the individuals we heard from, I can't thank you enough for your thoroughness, for your straightforward testimonies. They are effective. They would be efficient to present to anyone with any common sense. And our citizens do have common sense. So you folks, to me, are not only doing the job on a day-to-day basis, but here in front of the council, you were amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Morton.
Hey, Matt, yeah, no problem with that. One thing I will just recap on when the ad hoc committee did present to us is the reason they felt that they wanted to go this route was because the demand was too strong. And that's one thing I gathered from that. And I recall that is the need was too strong that we recommend this way because it's there. So, and again, it's just a resolution and moving the next step forward. I think that concludes it. And so we're going to take a 10-minute break. And man, we've had a long work session. We got a few more big items. So hang in there. We're going to take a 10-minute bathroom break, whatever you need. And we will be back in, it's 3:56 or 8. I can't quite read that. 3:56. So we'll see you at 4:06. Okay.
Do we have fun for eyeglasses for a mayor?
Hey, hold on. Here we go. There you go.
Do it.
There they are.
Hey, Mayor. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. And thank you guys. So I know you're in a hard decision, but you know, we certainly appreciate it. And I got to tell you, I've said this all along, Rick, if I can say this, the cops love you and this will resonate throughout the agency, your words. So they're hanging in there. Yeah.
Outside.
I don't know why, Mayor. Are you doing it like next to the microphone? It's so loud. I could just hear you talking, then I hear a click or click this. Like, I think that's Rick.
Yeah, our old audio system was just horrible for that. It would people would sit there at the dais and just be clicking their pens, and it would pick it up so loud. And Lisa and Kathy having to do the minutes, would just their head would explode over it. There, like, please don't click your pens.
So, John, I'd like to, was hoping to get done early, but we're not going to be able to, but just maybe meet with Mohammed over there with the street situation, just to kind of look at that a little bit and see what's
I'm
going
sure
on.
there's some simple answer to this too, and I'm pretty sure that that's not constructed on private property here, but just even the way it was laid out.
I just think I know that the layout there is a little bit of, it can get wet in that area, and I just want to make sure that we address it and don't block it. Okay, because I think that's what their concern is. Okay,
I'm sure there's a plan that shows it all.
Are we talking about the lady that spoke earlier about Vernon?
Yeah, the first public comment, exactly.
Problem's taken care of, Mr. Mayor. Don't worry about it.
You got it. Yeah. All right.
Already been taken care of. We reached out with our city engineer. We talked to her and her father, I believe. We explained the sticks that were in the area, and she's happy and no more problems. So you probably wouldn't hear anything about it.
Okay. I just wanted to follow up.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Is everybody back? I see. Looks like everybody is here. Okay. So welcome back. And we'll go to our next item on the agenda, which is review recommendations of RFQ solicitations, John and Jenny.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Before, I was trying to get in at the end of the public safety facility to give a shout out to the ad hoc committee that's done just a lot of hard work and a lot of good discussion and multiple meetings, really working hard to give the council opinion. And when we first created that ad hoc committee, it was intended to be a committee that had a balance of views, people that may be for it, maybe against it. And we kind of almost sought out some of those opinions. And it ended up being that, the question of whether we needed a police station wasn't even on the table. We needed a police station. It's just more how we pay for it. And it was really, a lot of times you don't get that in ad hoc. It'll be some pretty fierce opposition and things. And they were all in alignment, all wanted to move forward in the project. And just a shout out, thank you to their hard work. Related is we have another advisory committee for the two RFQs that we received, one for the Riverwalk project and one for the extension of First Street and Strand Streets, along with all the related utilities with that. And both those commissions have met multiple times. They met together. Several of you counselors and counselor-elects were part of those committees and gave valuable input. And it really came to pretty unanimous consensus on who's the most qualified and who to promote forward and recommend to the full council. And so a big thank you owed to them. A lot of diverse perspectives that really ended up getting, I felt, was a pretty good opinion and recommendation. So at tonight's meeting, I would propose, I suppose, that the council accept the advisory committee's recommendations and to move forward with the contract documents, preparing it so at your next meeting or some meeting thereafter when we're fully negotiated the contract details, we come back to you with a professional services agreement. And I could offer you a proposed recommendation if you like it. So.
Yes, please do.
Okay, a motion for the council to accept the selection committee's recommendation of Mayor Reed as most qualified for the St. Helens Riverwalk design, construction, and permit documents project, and direct staff to prepare the necessary contract documents related to the project. That would be one for council action tonight, or we wrote form, we could do it now, I suppose. But and the second one would be to propose a motion for the council to accept the selection committee's recommendation of OTAC as most qualified for the South First Street and Strand Streets road utilities extension design, construction, and permit documents project, and direct staff to prepare the necessary contract documents related to the project.
That sounds great. Let's just bring that up later to the action item because we decided that we were going to do it that way. So let's do that tonight, and I'll have you read that, and then we can have somebody so move it.
That sounds like a good plan.
Yep.
So I would make a note that the two, they were all really good proposals, and the consultants that we had were really fortunate to have such a qualified pool of talent to select from, and probably would have had an outstanding project with any one of those, but we're real satisfied with ones we have, and looking forward to it's a real milestone in the waterfront development project here.
It's exciting.
They're in your packet if you want to take a look at it. So.
Yes. Okay, Jenny, I hate to exclude you from this, but that was pretty. I mean, we
just
yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm here. I'm just listening. I approve the motion. Thanks.
Okay, and moving. I'm just trying to move us forward so we can have a little bit of break in between meetings. So, okay, our next item on the agenda is review proposed community development code amendments. City Planner Jacob Greichen.
Yes, thank you very much. So a lot of these meetings and discussions today talk about big changes and ever evolving city. And this is another example of that. So I'm going to share my screen. So you should be able to see a slide, 2021 Development Code Amendments. So first of all, what is the Development Code? The Development Code is a component of the St. Helens Municipal Code, Titles 17 and 18, and it guides how development occurs. That's where your zoning is at, standards like parking, landscaping, access, etc., so on and so forth. And one thing that's different about the Development Code from other sections of our municipal code, if you wanted to update your nuisance chapter, for example, you have whatever public participation the council desires, you write an ordinance, you pass it, you're done. The Development Code, we're required to notify the state of Oregon a certain amount of time before we have public hearings that are subject to all these laws and processes, and we have to show that it meets all these layers of bureaucracy with the state, sometimes feds, and it's a real joy. And that's what we're tackling today. So there's two things that kind of prompted these amendments. Oregon House Bill 2001, which we'll talk about a bit here, and then housekeeping amendments. And what we mean by housekeeping amendments are a variety of random or miscellaneous items to be updated because they're out of date or there was some error in the past. And in some cases, it's a note in my code from a discussion I had with a previous staff member over 10 years ago. And I've updated most of those notes, but there's still a couple stragglers in there. All right, so let's talk about the emphasis about this. A lot of this is about duplexes or 2 units. And there's 2 segments we can look at that's focusing or making us focus on that. One is Oregon House Bill 2011, adopted last year. Medium cities, that includes St. Helens, because we are more than 10,000 people, or we're around 14,000 people, we are required to entitle duplexes on every lot that allows a single family home. So what that means is right now, if you have a zoning district and zoning dictates uses allowed, that says you can allow a detached single family home. And sorry for the jargon, there's a lot of planning jargon, but that basically means your standard home on a lot. We have to have laws that allows anywhere where that's allowed, a duplex is allowed as well. And we have a timeline. This is required to be done by the middle of next year. We also have our housing needs analysis that we adopted last year, or excuse me, 2019. We are in 2021 now. And that one of the issues in there that was brought up.
It's the middle of this year then, Jacob, was what I'm seeing up there.
It is the middle of 2021.
Yes, because you said
Yes,
next year. Yes. Yep.
Yeah,
Just to
sorry.
clarify.
A lot of
Yep.
this presentation was in 2020, so I'm having to adjust. Thank you for pointing that out. We don't want people to be confused. So our housing needs analysis said, well, we should give duplexes a little more love in the R7 zone land, but the House bill that the state of Oregon passed makes us do a heck of a lot more. So that's an overview of things generally. So who's all affected by this in the state of Oregon? We have this map here that shows affected communities. And one thing I always like to point out when looking at this is there's little old St. Helens, and you don't see anybody in Columbia, Clatsop, or Tillamook counties having to do this. Now, the city of Astoria is on the verge of being 10,000 square feet. And once they hit that, they'll have a timeline to adopt similar rules as well. Of course, in the populous area of the metro area, there's a whole bunch of communities in there. So let's say you're all about single family dwelling neighborhoods and you would rather rot in a cell to live anywhere else. So this map can show you where is your oasis of single family zoning. You're looking for your small communities, but even in the larger ones in St. Helens, if you have a subdivision that has CC&Rs that prohibits duplexes or 2 units, that is an oasis as well. Now, this bill prevents new CC&Rs from excluding duplexes, but pre-existing ones are okay. But
a question for you. What about a planned development?
Planned development, we would be obligated to allow duplexes. Planned development is intended to add flexibility, not more constraint.
Okay.
Good question, though. This will just make the planned development even more. It'll open the possibilities for planned developments. So one thing about the CC&Rs, it's a private matter. It's a private contract, not something we enforce. And so you have to have a functional homeowners association probably for that to be effective. So the reason that the state of Oregon passed this bill was to give missing middle housing more love. And when we talk about missing middle, well, you know, what does that mean? Basically, if you look at the slide and the spectrum of types of residential products, on one end you have detached single family dwellings, and then on the other hand you have your larger apartment complexes, and then you have a variety of things in between. Now, cities in the state of Oregon larger than 25,000 square feet, you know, their codes have to address a lot of this stuff. And ours does, except for cottage clusters or cottage courts. But we're obligated to really focus on these duplex rules. So if you hear the term missing middle, this is kind of what it's referring to. Now, this is where we can really dig into history. Over 100 years ago, some of the big cities in our nation, Los Angeles, New York, adopted the first residential zonings. By 2019, 75% of all land in the US was eligible for these detached single family dwellings only. So there's been this trend towards detached single-family dwelling bias, with pros and cons depending on who you talk to. In 2018, the city of Minneapolis was the first city in the nation to change the way they're thinking about this. They created a 2040 plan that said, well, we're going to remove our single family zoning and try to add more of these missing middle issues. And I think last year they finally adopted some code to that effect. State of Oregon was not far behind. 2019, like I said, they had the House bill, and now we're required to do some of these changes. So we're kind of on the beginning of this trend that we'll probably see over the next several decades of communities relooking at zoning, uses allowed, and the ramifications of such. So when we talk about land use development code, we have to look at the zoning map. So this establishes our zoning districts, which says what can be allowed where generally. So your residential zonings are over here. That's your your tan to brown colors, which you can kind of see generally where they're at. Your industrial is gray in color, so you see mostly in the southwest, or excuse me, southeast quadrant of the city, a little bit in the north. And then commercial is red and green, and you can see that along some of our major street corridors. No surprise about that. And note these colors, because those are going to be the same on the table that we're looking at now. So these are all of the potential residential uses in St. Helens, except cottage cluster. I did add that as kind of a Easter egg. Those are not allowed in the code at all. And a cottage cluster is just one property with a bunch of small houses on it. We do intend on adopting those kind of rules sometime in the future. I was hoping at the beginning of last year to have time to fold into this, but given the timeline, that's just not possible. So let's look at this duplex column.
So, and picking your brain just a little bit, and I hate to interrupt you, but just on cottage clusters, because it's always been a hot topic for the council prior to, it hasn't been brought up in quite some time. So I know you haven't adopted anything, but just a hypothetical, if I got 1/3 of an acre and I want to put 4 little cottage clusters on it at 800 square foot apiece, which I'm still well under the 40% of that coverage, what are you going to require for parking? 1 parking spot or 2 parking spots, Jacob?
1,000. I don't know. It would probably be an equation of how many per units.
Because I really see this being, with our wetlands and topography, I see this being a real big asset to future development in the city of St. Helens.
Cottage clusters or the rules we're talking about now?
Well, both, but cottage clusters, the one that we have yet to determine.
Yeah, so we will conquer that sometime in the future.
Yes.
Jacob, on the cottage clusters, kind of changing social attitude. We've seen a number of places in downtown Portland where we have itty bitty huts for the homeless. Is that considered a cottage cluster, or what is that?
That would be a tool for dealing with the homeless epidemic.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say that probably meets our code. I would say that council decided to make a decision. If I were right in looking, and superseded probably some of their codes.
But that's not a cottage cluster, then that's animal to itself.
That's something else. Those buildings are probably not bona fide dwelling units with complete independent sanitation, living, cooking facilities, etc. It's probably just a shelter.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Jacob.
No, it's okay. It's just, I'm glad people are excited about this planning stuff, because sometimes it's pretty dry. So duplex, I want to focus here. You can see that in some zoning districts, R10, oh, they're not allowed at all. Well, where's R10? Okay, well, we have some up here by Dalton Lake and, just some little patches of R10. In the R7 zone, they're conditionally permitted. It's a special land use permit that goes before the Planning Commission. People don't have a lot of fun doing that. It's also conditionally permitted in the mobile home residential zone. The problem with that, given this bill, is they're treated differently than detached single family dwellings, which you can see here are permitted across the board. And so that's what this bill is trying to get away from. So if we look, oh, and just a little thing to point out, we'll talk about this towards the end, attached single family dwellings. But if we look about where we need to go, here's what I pointed out before: not allowed, conditionally allowed, and 2 of these zoning districts needs to be permitted all the way across the board. And so that's what we have to do with our zoning. That's what we're obligated to do with our zoning. There may be people who protest this, but at least we can blame it on the state. Now, let me back up for a second. The reason I'm discussing this with you is first for information, because we're going to start blasting this information out next month, and you'll probably get a lot of questions about it. But we are on the verge of starting the legislative process. The legislative process is where we're changing our laws. And per our development code, we are supposed to get the council's blessing to approve the changes in concept. And so I'm discussing these changes with you now, looking for that blessing at your work session tonight. So we talked about zoning. We got the introduction out of the way. Let's talk about some of the stuff that we've discussed with the Planning Commission and Council in the past. Now, one of the things we can do is we can restrict these rules to just duplexes, which means, like in these examples, 1 building with 2 units within. But the other thing we can do is allow 2 detached units on 1 lot. On the Planning Commission, when we first asked them, they were kind of nervous about that. The council, although with a split vote, and now we have 2 new councilors, favored having both options. Councilor Topaz was the one who was opposed to that. Because based on the feedback we received, the draft code as written does include the detached units. If the council has had a change of heart on pursuing that, and of course, these are not the public hearings for formal adoption. This is more of a guidance session. Let me know. Any discussion on detached, attached?
Kind of a more basic question. What happens if we tell the state we don't like their laws? What do we have any recourse? Or are we stuck with it whether we like it or not?
We are stuck with it whether we like it or not. In fact, if we say, well, you know what, state, go to hell, we don't care what you say, then on July 1st, the model code that the state of Oregon has takes over. And that creates some nightmarish circumstances, because now we're looking at their model code and looking at our code and cross-referencing, which just makes my head spin thinking about it. But another thing that it does is it affects parking. And when we talk about parking, I'll bring that up. Well, I'll say it now. The model code says if we go by the state model code and do nothing, then we cannot require any parking whatsoever for a duplex. And so based on that alone, if we want to control our fate as far as managing parking in the city, we want to adopt our own rules. So yeah, they have a model code to deal with reactions such as that. So that's an excellent question. Okay, so since we talked about having 2 detached units, one of the things that we wanted to do was explore, do we have distances between buildings or not? And the Planning Commission felt that we should have a standard. The choices that we kind of presented to them was a tiered system that varies based on zoning, or a fixed number that's the same across all your zoning districts, or not have anything and let the building code sort it out. And the Planning Commission felt like we should have something. Like I said, it's tiered. So in R10, for example, the distance would be 10 feet. And then R7, it would be 7, and we'll go down that list here pretty quick. The Planning Commission felt like the interior yard, or the interior setback, or building separation, however you want to call it, should be usable. That would also apply to accessory buildings. So I'm using jargon again, so let me explain that. So an accessory building or accessory structure is a secondary structure on a lot. That's incidental to its use. So for example, let's say this lot here, this is a house, and this is a detached garage. That detached garage would be a accessory structure. And so these internal setbacks would apply to both, except for accessory structures that are too small for a permit. And as you remember, some of you, we increased that from 120 square feet to 200 square feet last year. So one of the reasons that we created these graphs is we wanted to make sure that with these rules, given the setbacks that we have in place now on the front, back, sides, the lot coverage, which I'll talk about really soon, and the internal separation, it didn't result that these rules didn't work against each other. And so what this exercise is here is taking the lot based on its minimum depth and a minimum width, and seeing if we can get two equally sized detached structures on there within the lot coverage and setback parameters. Now,
Jacob, can I interrupt you just for a sec, please?
Sure.
Okay, so originally, I'm just wondering when you had this discussion with the Planning Commission, because originally they did not want to have detached at all. That was a recommendation. They wanted them adjoined. So I'm just curious on the, standard is 5 foot setback for, unless there's utilities or an easement of some sort, is 5 foot from the property and 20 from the face of the road. And I'm just curious, was there obviously further discussion about these rules and our conversation with the old council, which it was the old council, but I'm just curious, this wasn't even part of the discussion last time, so I'm just trying to follow what's going on.
It was not part of the discussion because last time the question was, do we want to keep attached or allow detached? The council directed us based on a split vote. It was 3-1 with one absent, Councilor Topaz against, to explore detached. So we went back to the Planning Commission after investigating it. And so this discussion has evolved since the previous meetings.
So would this still apply? Like if I had 9 feet on each side, could I apply for a variance through the planning, through you, which should have the parameters to say, okay, it's only a foot, I'll allow it. If it's more than that, do I have to go to the Planning Commission? These are all, I'm wondering, challenges down the road. That's what I'm curious.
Yes, some of the exceptions and variances would all apply to these. But note that this is a new separation standard between buildings that we don't have now. And the reason that we need it to apply to all buildings is we're not supposed to discriminate based on housing type. We can discriminate based on the building being a building, but not based on housing type. But that's why we have some of the exceptions for smaller accessory structures, variances, and some projection exceptions, which we will review shortly.
I mean, if I wanted to do a common wall, there, I can still do that, or not by this standard? It has to be 10 feet apart?
No, the option would be having detached with the separation or having attached structure, this would not. So we go back to this, it's either or. But if you have this option, then you're talking about a separation standard between buildings. So what we're doing here is making sure that the rules are not conflicting with each other. For example, let's say this internal setback resulted in impossible development schemes, then that would be stupid and we wouldn't want to propose it. Another thing. Sure.
I'm going to interrupt, and I've had my hand up for at least 7-8 minutes. Okay, so I don't know how to do it other than just to ask you. These codes are for safety issues, not aesthetic, I'm sure. But in terms of safety, where does the fire marshal or where does our fire codes enter into this? Because this is the issue right here is what's the standards for the firefighters?
Building code gets excited. I've heard two different things. Building codes gets excited about firewalls from distances of 3 feet and 6 feet. We did talk to the fire marshal who said, and the planning commission did talk about that. That's why they mentioned usable space. So the new fire marshal with Columbia River Fire and Rescue said 10 feet is great for firefighters, 5 feet is not. And when we talk about some of the later setbacks, we'll see that the planning commission recommended an increase from 5 feet to 6. Development code is not just about fire life and safety. It is also about air, light, and space, quality of life, and such. In fact, Council President Morton, you were disappointed that the Planning Commission, in recommending attached only, did not consider quality of life and separation from noise when you talked about apartments having shared walls and the lesser quality of life that can impose.
And I want to apologize for the hand raising. If I put that up on my screen, I lose about probably a 4x6 area of being able to see what even Jacob has up. So I want to apologize for that, and feel free to jump in if I'm not acknowledging you, counselors, please.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
And thank you, Jacob, for jumping on that question. But here, if we're putting this over to the council, we need to hear what the fire chief is going to say. We need that report before we make any decisions. Okay.
So Doug, I was at that planning commission meeting, and I understood it that this is what would be permitted with the fire department and fire codes, and that was part of the discussion that the commissioners had, if I recall correctly, and Jacob can correct me if I'm not.
Well, I think it all plans on ingress and egress, and it really is each plan gets reviewed in Fire Life, which we have in-house now. So, and then that's what I do know about this. And I'm not a builder by any means, and I don't have all the answers, but correct me if I'm wrong, Jacob, but that is correct in that every plan gets reviewed in fire safety?
That's correct. And setbacks have much more to do than fire safety. The fire code doesn't care if you have a 20-foot front setback. They don't care if you have a 20-foot rear setback. That's air, light, and space. That's quality of life, which is separate, though equally important to the standards that the fire marshal or the concerns that the fire marshal may have. Another thing I'd like to point out is the council also directed staff to increase the base lot coverage from 35% to 40%. So that is the amount of a lot that can be covered by building footprint. And so these are examples that meet that 40%. The Planning Commission actually supports that now, given the rules that this House bill is making us have to look at.
Was our coverage already up on duplexes anyhow? From 35?
No.
It was always 35% even on an R5?
Yes.
Okay. that's all I was asking. Yep.
Okay, so there's the R10 lot. We did this for all the zoning districts to make sure we didn't have a conflict. So, and the other thing to point out is these lots are all scaled. And so, you know, when we're exploring them, you can see visually the differences in size. So our 7-foot separation, and you can still get pretty good sized lots on these conceptual, or excuse me, 2 good sized development footprints on these conceptual lots. And you can still go up to 35 feet high with these as well. So there's our 7, and again, up to 40%. Our 5, you can still get about 1,000 square foot footprint, meeting the standards. Now, this is one change that the Planning Commission recommended on both R5 and apartment residential, which are our higher density lots, and that is going from 5 to 6 feet. And because of the building code, fire standards are divisible by 3 typically. That'll help with that a bit. So the recommendation is going to be 6 instead of 5 in these. So apartment residential, there's a couple things to discuss on that. First of all, apartment residential already has a 50% lot coverage, so there's no change there compared to the lower density zoning districts. Again, 6 feet instead of 5 feet as the Planning Commission recommended. Now, these lots show an increase in size for detached single-family dwellings. Currently, the minimum lot width, 30 feet, and minimum lot size, 3,050 square feet, is represented here. And in these cases, you know, with the interior yard, you're getting footprints that are kind of smallish. But if you have a 4,000 square foot minimum lot size, you can get close to 1,000 square foot, just like in R5. So the Planning Commission recommended that the minimum lot size and width for apartment residential be 4,000 square feet and 40. So instead of this, you would have this. Currently in apartment residential, the minimum lot size for a duplex and minimum lot width is 5,050 square feet. So really you're meeting in the middle. It'll be interesting to see if the state pushes back on this, but it was a logical choice that the Planning Commission made. And we talked about this with the council, who didn't oppose it at that time. Now, another thing, when I was kind of thinking about these lot sizes, it reminded me of drums. And on a drum set, you have toms, like do, 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 do. So in thinking about this change to the apartment residential zone, it made me think about those. So if we go do, 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 right? But let's say we go do, do, do. It seems like there's this missing interval, and maybe that helps you think about going to 40 and 4,000 too. So any more questions about interior separation of buildings?
Well, I don't want to skip a beat. I mean, I'm with you.
There you go. Okay, so with these rules, we have to focus on corner lots a bit. Because duplexes or two detached units are going to be easier to do, the probability of seeing them on corner lots is greater. And this is where we get into some of the exceptions to yard requirements or setbacks that I talked about a little bit earlier. And so I created this sketch just to help show that, because sometimes in this stuff, it's like, how am I going to explain this and not confuse people? So this is the corner lot. This is your front yard. This is your rear. This is your side. And this is what we call the exterior side. And notice how this is a little bit wider than this side. And that's typical of our code, that the side and the flanking street is a little bit wider. And so we have a code or a section in our code that talks about exceptions to yard requirements. And so I'm going to explain these by color. So this yellow thing here, that is a porch. It can be covered, it can be uncovered, and it's allowed to project a little bit into the front yard, up to 3 feet, I believe is what it says. And so right now that's cool. That's okay by our code. Now, that's not okay on the exterior side yard. And given this higher probability of 2 units, the Planning Commission supported this. We are going to add this to the exceptions. Another exception that we have is kind of an all-around exception on all sides. That's chimneys and then eaves. Eaves aren't represented here, but that's allowed on all yards, and no change for that. The other thing that we had to kind of think about was, well, what about the area in between buildings? And there is an exception for stairs and landings. So if you have topography issues, the code says, well, you can't have stairs and landings in a yard because sometimes that's the only way to get to your house. And staff felt that that exception also made sense in between buildings, because you don't know what kind of situation you're going to end up with, and they may want to have a man door or something in between. So those are some of the exceptions that help people deal with some of these yard requirements. The other thing I'd like to point out is this little shed wasn't intentionally put there. As I mentioned, smaller sheds don't have to maintain the same setback standards currently as larger structures. This could be as close as 3 feet to a property line, as no portion of it was closer than 3 feet. And we would also apply that to separation between buildings. So those are some of the yard exceptions and the changes that we're proposing based on this stuff.
A question for you in apartment residential, because this was one thing that popped up in I&E. Their proposal of the apartment complex was this exact, the porches. And I remember that being highly contested at the Planning Commission. Does this rule also apply to those situations as well? Do you remember that?
No.
You don't remember that?
I don't.
Yeah, it was, if you go back and watch, it was, I mean, I know that's been 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago, or longer actually.
But they didn't ask for any exceptions. All their structures meet the basic yard requirements.
They actually redrew it up, but that was part of it. Yes. Yep. If you go back and watch the video, you'll see it. And then it was also a discussion about the parking garages and all that, and the garbage compactor.
I remember that stuff very well.
Yep.
I think you're confusing it with some standards that are specific to apartments. Because I do remember.
I could be.
And it's, development code can be very complex. And so there's just this huge hodgepodge of codes. I mean, you can get a lot of codes into a book like that. Okay, so parking. This is where everybody gets excited and everybody has opinion in favor or disfavor. And, as we manage cities, we have to deal with the circumstances. Many years ago, it was dealing with hay, horse manure, and horse rings. That's not an issue now, but now we have gas stations and parking, and in the foreseeable future, we'll still be dealing with parking as people love their passenger automobiles. So Councilor Topaz asked if we do nothing, what are the consequences? And this is one of the larger ones. If we do nothing, the model code takes over. We cannot allow any parking at all. There it is, 0 parking required. So we're talking about quantity of spaces required. Typically for a detached unit, well, for most units, it's 2 spaces per unit. If someone wanted to build a duplex today, we would say, okay, you need 4 off-street parking spaces because you have 2 units. 2 times 2 is 4. But what the state of Oregon is saying is we cannot require any more than 2 spaces for a duplex, period. So it's kind of cutting our requirement in half. Our choice is 0 to 2. Both the council and planning commission wanted 2. I suspect there's no change there, but I just wanted to make sure that was reviewed. So that's something that is in the code. So when we talk about parking and quantity, we also talk about function.
One question on that. Could we change it from tandem to freaking parallel?
That is our freaking next question. Actually, that is the next few freaking slides deal with that question. So that was a very timely question, Mayor. There's a reason I call you Jesus.
Come on.
All right, so here's the scenario. Here's a standard lot. This shows some of the setbacks that this property had. A driveway. This is on a cul-de-sac or something. And just imagine that there is a garage right here. So if someone comes in and this is a single family dwelling, we would say, all right, well, you need 2 off-street parking spaces. And the typical way to say that, well, you have a 2-car garage, easy, you're done. But let's say someone takes that garage and wants to convert it to living space. All right, well, that's cool. You still have this area out here. And so that gives you your parking spaces. Now, when I worked for the city of Cornelius, their code said that off-street parking spaces had to be covered. So that garage conversion would be a problem, but our code does not say that, so this is cool. The other reason I have this slide is to discuss how we review parking and independent functionality. The way our code is written and the way we deal with it is this would not be 3 or 4 spaces. This is only 2 because this car parked in the garage, or if this was a carport, is blocked there unless these ones can move. And so when we talk about parking spaces being independently functional, we want to make sure that each can be used on its own. Now, in this case, let's say we have a 1-car garage and someone brings in a proposal like this saying, well, this is 2 spaces. Why doesn't this work? And this goes back to the independently functional thing. And this is the time to ask the council, do you want us to allow this to count as 2 off-street parking spaces? That is something that we can change if you want to make parking even easier. That's not staff's recommendation, but this is with the codes that we're looking at now, this is definitely a matter that's germane. So let's say someone did want to convert this garage, and there's a couple of ways you could remedy that. You can have a space like this. Excuse me, I'm getting off on my consciousness here. So here's another example of 2 parking spaces that are independently functional. If this garage was converted, this doesn't work. If you had a parking space here, this doesn't work. But you could widen this and still have your 2 spaces. Just another example of how this independently functional thing can work. So this is a good time to kind of query the council, do you want us to allow this as these 2 units, or do you want to stick with as the code is written now? or do you have an opinion at all? And just let it go.
You need 2 spaces only. And if you're gonna use the inside of the garage for something, a business or whatever, you need 2 spaces outside. You can't make believe, well, you could always rip out what's in the garage and push a car in there. But you hurt the value of the house because they want their little business there. So if you need 2 spaces, you need 2 spaces.
And 2 side-by-side spaces or 2 tandem?
Well, that's tandem inside. Yeah, I'm saying you can't use the inside one because that's where the little business is right now.
Okay.
Then why is it called a garage?
It was when they built it, not when they modified it.
I understand that. Then why not go with the original design when they built it?
Your turn, Jacob.
I'm seeing if there's raised hands here, making sure, because we also have 2 other counselors here. Jacob's asking a question. Counselor Chilton?
I see an issue with either or, to be honest. I feel as though with that though being said, I say we just leave it the way it is. Those are my thoughts.
Councilor Berkeley.
So Jacob, you said the staff didn't recommend, or does that mean they're was opposed, or just kind of neutral, didn't decide one way, have an opinion one way or the other?
Well, our recommendation would be that the 2 spaces need to be independently functional. So this scenario with a single car driveway, single car garage would not count as 2 spaces. This does, this does, this does, this doesn't. And so it's a question of, do you want tandem parking in this scenario to count as 2? The staff's recommendation is not, because this is a hot topic amongst planners and communities. I wanted to make sure that we vetted this issue early on in this process.
And this is or is not allowed currently by code?
Currently, this would count as 1 space only.
Okay.
So not allowed. And I will tell you, Jacob, I would ask you to also give testimony of how highly contested this can be, because you deal with it with builders sometimes, and what we're talking about, tandem, 2 spaces. So I know personally, I know. And that's why I tried to stay out of the discussion and get the discussion going prior to, and not give my biased opinion and try to have council follow suit. I wanted them to totally listen, but you know as well as I do, the people that are actually doing the building. So can you speak a little bit on that?
Sure. I think most builders, want to have a 2-car garage. Every once in a while, we do get a request about this. I think that's the minority, at least in St. Helens. Now, if we were in a larger community like the city of Portland, we'd probably get pushback on this. But in speaking with other planners in smaller communities in Oregon, the thing is, we don't have a robust transit system. St. Helens residents love their toys and vehicles, and it's not just vehicles, it's boats, RVs, and things like that. I get a lot of comments from citizens about not wanting to pay storage fees. And most builders want a good product. They want something they can be proud of. But every once in a while, someone comes in and staff looks at each other and goes, oh my gosh, now we understand why we have rules and regulations. Some people simply want to build the product, make money, and leave, and don't care about the consequences of the community. I've seen this result in some pretty ugly situations in neighborhoods for parking. But if you did have a robust transit system, this reduces cost, impervious area, improves stormwater, and may reduce people's urge to use cars, which has greenhouse gas effects. And so there's those really two sides. Personally, where St. Helens is at right now, I don't think we're in a situation that we should be doing this. Although, 20, 30 years from now, people could be laughing at us for, when people don't own their own car anymore. And as modes of travel evolve, and this is kind of why I talked about horse manure and hay and horse rings early on, is there's this continuing evolution of transportation. And we're kind of in the middle of the personal passenger automobile. So I know that was kind of a mouthful.
Now, I own this house and I don't have any cars, but do I still need 2 parking places?
That would be the minimum requirement. And
at this point, good.
Mm-hmm,
Okay, the next question is, what's the prediction of how many vehicles of some nature the standard home will have in the next 20 years, or is there such a prediction?
I don't know if I ran into that prediction. I know the state put some stuff out there, but anecdotally, if you just drive around and in being in this community for so long and seeing what people build, we know that people like their vehicles here, and we're a commuter city.
Go ahead, Mayor.
Yeah, I was just going to say one last thing is that when we put this into code, it's law. Okay. And the state is requiring 0 is what you're telling me.
Well,
and
if
it could be contested.
If we do nothing and let the model code take over, then we can't require any at all. We can require up to 2. Now, how that 2 is manifested, that's the question. So,
Jacob, you're very, very talented at what you do. What if we allowed you to be able to have some flexibility on doing some tandem, because you're going to look at every review plan and asking the question of why you want to do it this way versus this way, and allowing that flexibility, because there are certain cases where it does make more sense in the community. It could be basalt. It could be a tree. It could be a number of things that could be a driving force. I'm thinking of trees, and I'm thinking of community action with the trailer they had that they acquired and they redid. And as well as I do, that parking was an issue there.
Yeah.
And yes, and that one, they had to go above and beyond to make it work. And it was it was already an established driveway kind of in the first place, but it was just very funky. And they went ahead and went through the process, but it would have been a lot easier for them. And it would have made more sense just to say, okay, I get it. There's a tree in the way. There's a water meter right there. And we did find a happy medium for them and help them. And I recall that, but I just thinking rather than make it a law that it has to be tandem, that there be some flexibility.
The challenge to that is when we talk about residential regulations, we have to be clear and objective. That is a mandate. So, if Alfonso thinks it should be tandem, that is subjective.
Does it right now read exactly as tandem in your code book? Because I've heard that it's kind of gray.
Right now, the code supports this. It does not support this.
It supports that.
Say that again.
Yeah, because what I've heard is it's kind of gray. The way your code reads right now.
I would disagree with that. We are proposing to make the language clearer. I think that's the problem, is the language is not as defined.
How does it read right now?
Right now, This is 2 spaces. This is 2 spaces, not 3 or 4.
I'm
This is-
asking for you, yeah, but what I'm asking for is to read the language on to us, because I have never looked at it or heard it, but I've listened to other people. I guess is you probably know that book fairly well.
I would need to refer to the code sections at a later meeting. It is there. It's something that we've looked at many times over the years. And the reason we want to make the language clear is so this kind of answer could be lickety split. There's a couple of places where it's talked about. I can try to find it quickly.
Maybe Jacob, while you're looking, I can make a point there, is that we were talking about functional versus something other than functional for this. And this, tandem, when you get into urban areas, it's widely pretty popular. But I think the difference is that, if this lot that we're looking at here is 2 units and there's only 2 spaces required for the whole entire project, that a functional tandem system is just essential, especially if they're not under the same roof, or they're maybe under the same roof, but they're in the same stacked parking scenario here. So,
yeah.
So the main thing is we have a section that talks about parking spaces and access aisles to access them. And it means you have to have an access aisle that's open essentially. But if the council wanted us to allow this as to spaces, and this is the reason I'm bringing up, we could put language that makes that explicit for certain dwelling types. Or we can specifically say, if you want that, you need a variance.
I like how much does it cost to apply for a variance? Is it something that you'd automatically kick down to the planning commission, or is it something that you would grab and address as a city planner? I mean, you do both. You have the ability to do both, and to leave it up to the planning commission, up to a debate issue. It's scary for people not knowing. You're applying, you're in fear, you show up, you're nervous. They're nervous when they show up before us council. I can tell you that. I've witnessed it plenty of times, and I've actually been on the other side personally. It's not fun. It's very nerve-wracking. I went through 4 public hearings.
It's under $500, which is cheap. Some jurisdictions, it can go into the thousands of dollars.
Exactly.
The problem is creating something that's clear and objective.
Yep, I get it. No, I get what you're asking.
That's the problem.
I get what you're asking.
Jacob, another way of looking at it. I've got space for 2 vehicles, but I'm going to turn one of those spaces into grass. Is that acceptable?
We require areas traversed on by vehicles to be paved with asphalt, concrete, or similar.
Okay, so similar. No, they've got to be delineated as I can drive a vehicle on it instantly, not that it's available.
Basically, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I would just like to have, there's 2 vehicles that can fit on one in the garage and one on I think that's 2 spots to me. I mean, that's what they're designed for. I'm not going to try to police every situation that you converted a garage into a room, because most people don't, but they do utilize it for other things. You're right. Motorcycles, whatever. But I just think 2 spots are 2 spots. That's just me. And that's where I'm at with it. And I'm only one person.
And, we're going to have public hearings on this with public testimony. So, some of this will be shaped by that testimony.
And as I look at this, I think that's my house. I don't have a 2-car garage. I have a 1-car garage. So we've always just had, it's been by necessity tandem. So I think it's a reasonable allowance.
I think I would like more information from community members to see kind of what it's like for them in their living situation. So I think, Jacob, your idea of kind of getting more input would be helpful.
If I may, this is Jenny. I just want to add, we're talking about one home, but if you think of an entire subdivision developed with tandem scheme parking like this, it can result in some pretty unlivable subdivisions when you talk about having guests that come. People have an influx of people in their homes, not just the people that live there sometimes. And I would encourage a site visit to maybe some developments that don't have non-tandem parking so that you can see development schemes and not just a single home.
If I can interrupt, actually, Jenny, yes. Before the election, I was trying to drive through drive or walk on every street in the city, and I think I noticed that in some of the areas seemed less desirable because of the amount of vehicles that are parked in an area and that type of thing. So I think that is important for us to consider.
I think Jenny, this is Doug. I think Jenny raises a good point that we need to take a look at the development and see what fits. It's obvious to me that a home and an individual home on in an area that's more isolated would have a different appeal and a different needs than a tight development. And I too have walked the city and have seen problems with the tandem kind of issue. There's no place for kids in a sense, and double garages I think are pretty cool in terms of flexibility, because yes, if you buy one of those homes with a double garage, you can use half of it for an office, or you can use a portion of it for something else. It just seems to me like it's has more flexibility overall. But I agree with Jessica. I kind of think that we need more information, and I think that we need to take a good look at the size of the developments and the road width. All of those kinds of considerations should come into play in terms of flexibility. That's my
Jenny
thought.
had an interesting comment about the disaster that happens. This cul-de-sac kind of hides it. But if you go down to Hoyt Street in downtown Portland, some of those big houses, in a single driveway, you'll have 4 or 5 cars parked in it just because that's the way that old town was set up. That's no problem when everything's sitting still. But number 3 car wants to get out, so the 2 cars have to be driven into the street for number 3 to get out. It gets to be an interesting traffic problem, whatever the code says, but getting the cars in and out of a tandem in a busy street is really a disaster, and it's surprisingly, we say, hazardous. So the dynamics of a tandem drive are a problem where storage is one thing, but the getting in and out of that second car does cause traffic problems. So I have to agree with, we have to have a kind of a wider feel for what the community would like to see.
Okay, well, we'll make sure that is a question posed at our public hearings.
Thank you.
And again, I understand it has to be adopted into code and you can apply for variances, but it's pretty frustrating when you're told no, and right off the get-go, and then apply for a variance and potentially, or do I go ahead and pound 3 more feet of rock, which cost me probably about $2,000, maybe $3,000, which, and luckily we put it up as part of one of our problems, because it is one of the highly contested building issues. Is parking is one of the ones, if you look at our planning, and the most most common mistake people have is parking in future development. And Jacob shaking his head yes, but there's no flexibility there. Nope, you have to do it. That's 15 feet. Nope, 18. 16? Nope. 15? Well, 2 could, and there could be 2 tandem and have 15 wide. So you could almost have 3 cars parked there, but there's no flexibility. I have to add 3 more feet of asphalt. And that happened at a Habitat for Humanity to Rodney Moore. So I'm just throwing out hypotheticals, and that was a Habitat for Humanity home over on 7th Street, which you can go look at if you want to see one that's hypothetical, that there was no flexibility. And I hate to bring it up, but I hear about it all.
So the Habitat, so that was an error. Nobody looked at the plan. And there was also an error on the manufactured home. There was someone inexperienced and they placed the home incorrectly. So if there was a good awareness of the plans, those things wouldn't have happened in those 2 scenarios.
And again, up on 4th Street was 2 feet. You add pavers to each side of the driveway in order to address the code, which turned out looking nice anyhow. But that's what ended up having to have. So that's where I guess I'm saying there should be some flexibility in the code, because there was it just kind of I hear it loud and clear from multiple builders, and each and every one of those ones I brought up were all different builders. So,
Rick, when you take a look at where the laws are made down in Salem, they haven't seen a rock worth stepping on, as compared to say, we get stuck with some of these things because they don't know what the view looks like.
Jacob,
for a lot of towns.
Jacob, how much more did you have on your presentation? And John, I think I'm gonna put our strategic update plan in your report to tonight, because we probably have some stuff for executive session.
There is.
Okay, so Jacob, I'm gonna let you move forward in your presentation, because we are at 5:18 and have to be back here at 7.
Yes, and the reason we knew it was full, and the reason I need your blessing is we need to get a notice to the state on February 3rd. So this was the last chance to get this to the council. So that's the unfortunate thing. But you know, when we're busy with stuff, we have to do it. You know, we can't push it off to another meeting because we work another day. So it's an unfortunate reality of the growing city and a lot of projects going on at the same time, some of which we have no control over because of state legislature.
So,
okay, I do have a question.
Yes.
What plan, Jacob, gives our citizens, and this is the citizens, the most flexibility? Which plan?
This.
Because it seems to me like maybe one of these plans pigeonholes any kind of issues that might change in terms of different family sizes or individuals with multi-cars or whatever. Which plan gives our citizens the most flexibility?
If we'd allowed tandem like this would meet the standard for, and remember, we're talking about a detached single family dwelling or a duplex.
Yes.
So you're talking about 2 family units, but this would give the most flexibility.
So could it read?
Because if you did this, you could still do this, but this would be the minimum standard if tandem was allowed.
Could it read something like this, that it is recommended or not recommended? It is tandem unless otherwise decided by all planning phases. I mean, I think if it makes common sense, if it takes a planned visit to the site.
That enters subjectivity, which is what we have to avoid. That's part of the problem is we can't be subjective.
So what you're asking us to do today is make a decision, council, to submit to the state without any recommendation of talking to any builders. This is when we have to step up and we have to make a decision. And it is us as a whole. once the recommendation has gone through. And is it on tonight, Jacob?
So this is not a legislative hearing. We are simply asking
but it has to be
for
submitted to the state.
consent to.
I understand we have to submit it. So, but if we submit it now, can we change it in the future as things change in St. Helens? Is that an option?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. This is for the first batch that goes to the state. It's perfectly fine if you're indecisive and you want more feedback before drawing a final conclusion. And so probably your meeting is going to be in March. So this gives you something to chew on, to talk to people about. So when we have the public meeting, you are prepared. I'm not trying to surprise this with you in March. That's why I'm talking about it now.
I appreciate that. Yep. Okay.
Okay, so that's parking, really fun stuff. Now we got to talk about roads really quickly. This is our street classification map. What I want to point out on here are the red and blue streets. Those are our minor arterials and collectors. And so when we talk about street classification, we break streets into hierarchies to determine what kind of standards apply to each. So arterials are meant for through traffic, and then these gray ones are local streets. Those are meant for more for access. And so we're picky about driveways on arterials. We're not as picky on local streets. And there's different standards that apply to the streets. So I just wanted to show you this overview. So one of the standards is how wide the right-of-way is. And a right-of-way is the width of the public way that has all your stuff in it. And we'll see some diagrams really soon. It has your streets, your curbs, your sidewalk, and sometimes landscaping. And there's several examples here. This 60-foot right-of-way, that is a collector street. These 50 foots are standard local streets. And then what we're going to be talking about here pretty soon are these narrower 40-foot wide rights of way that are skinny streets. You notice that these two are on dead ends and this one has limited access. So we can allow a lesser right of way and street standard in the cases where there is limited access. So to help explain this further, on the top, this is our collector with a 60-foot wide right-of-way, a bunch of stuff in there. Our standard local street is based on the 50. I just have these as an example. The one thing that we're looking at doing here is picking on skinny streets. So currently in our code, there's two standards that we have. We have and both are in the 40-foot wide right-of-way. We have one standard that's 26 roadway width, one standard that's 20. In both cases, we do have sidewalks on either side. The main difference is in this one, you have 6 feet for a 6-foot on-street parking lane on one side, and this really narrow 20-foot wide road sacrifices that for some public landscaping in the right-of-way. Skinny streets has been something that Councilor Carlson, who was with the Planning Commission for many, many years, kind of lamented about. And so we decided to kind of tackle it with this, especially given this parking standard change. So what we're proposing to do is eliminate this one here that doesn't allow any on-street parking, and increase and take this one and increase the width to 28 feet. So you have a parking aisle that is 8 feet in width that meets our current standards a little bit better. These standards were adopted in our transportation systems plan back in 2010. And in retrospect, I wish I had the experience I do now to understand what all of this meant. But anyways, this is what we're proposing to do. So you still have something to use the 40-foot wide right-of-way, but a little greater width for on-street parking. Kind of a similar argument as far as driveways. this is less cost, less pavement, less impervious area for storm, but you have less on-street parking for your parking management, whereas this kind of optimizes that in the context of a 40-foot wide right-of-way. So any question on the Skinny Street changes?
Jacob, on one of these street designs, was the fire department asked about their preference?
These are based on fire department standards.
Okay.
So this is go ahead.
Was there any talk about a bicycle lane and or the handicap vehicle lane for the handicap on the electric thing? Will they be ushered onto a sidewalk, or will they be ushered out into the middle of a street? That's my concern. Could the sidewalks go down to 4 feet wide or whatever to accommodate on one side for bicycle and handicap vehicles?
Bicycle lanes are a part of higher classified streets, but there is no dedicated bicycle lane in local or skinny streets.
Well, the skinny streets are normally in residences, and that's normally where handicapped people live.
Again, I think the sidewalk would suffice because you'll have if it's new construction, you have to have ramps at the end of any.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah. And then as far as your driveway is a ramp itself too.
Okay. So you would see bicycles, kids with bicycles and handicap vehicles on either sidewalk.
You'd see them probably all over. If they're my neighborhood, you're seeing them all over in the middle of the street.
Yeah.
So you're saying the 28 is what you're recommending?
Yeah, so get rid of this and take this one and increase it from 26 to 28.
They're both 40 foot, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see no issue with that.
Okay, any more questions about skinny streets?
How many skinny streets do we have? Like, what are we looking at?
It's not very common. For a skinny street to be allowed, you have to have, like I said, a minimum amount of lots, and the current standard is 20 average daily trips. So it's based on anticipated vehicle trips, and there's all these standards that say how much a certain use generates in vehicle trips. But basically, that is 20 lots. We are proposing to reduce that to 10 lots. We don't have a lot in town, at least skinny streets based on the new standard. It's come up a couple times. This is part of the Emerald Meadows subdivision where they used it here, and these ones are from some time ago. So it doesn't come up too often, but as we see a lot of our large swaths of property developed, we're going to be looking at much smaller pieces that have complexities to divide, and that's what we call infill development. And so these skinny street standards are a tool to help facilitate infill development. And so as housing demand increases and land supply decreases, you could see more use of the skinny street standard.
And I think the one in Emerald Meadows is 28. Is that correct?
It was 26.1, and I won't say what the fire marshal said when they saw that.
Okay. All right, but it did meet their code.
Yes, and some of this change is partly a reaction to that.
All right. Any other further discussion, Jacob?
So driveways, and we're getting close. So, you know, one of the things that I've kind of observed over the years is, you know, our driveway standards make sense in some places, but they're kind of stupid in other cases. So because of these changes, we wanted to look at our driveway standards. So here's an example. Now, this can be a duplex or a single dwelling, either way, but one lot, one driveway, that's allowed now, and there's no change to that. Now, if we have one lot with two driveways, that is not allowed now at all. And what we're proposing is to allow the second driveway in this scenario when the property abuts a street with no on-street parking. There's two places you can accommodate parking: off-street on the property or on-street within the right-of-way. And if there's no on-street parking, well, you know, we may want to let them have another driveway to get cars off the streets if so desired. Now, I should point out that, as I mentioned, you know, our street classification map, there's still other standards that would make that difficult. Like if you're on Old Portland Road and you have one little lot like that, you know, you're not going to get the two. But if you're on a local street, you know, let's say there's no parking here, you do have some potential to have another driveway. And the other thing, when you think about driveways, Jenny mentioned, you know, considering parking, you know, as a group of properties. And when you have limited driveways, it gives you space for on-street parking. But when there is no parking, then the interruption of that available area along the street doesn't matter as much to allow two driveways. So that's one change we propose. And a lot of this is based on some of the weird old streets that we have in town. And one example that I like to point out is Du Bois off of Milton Way. So this is Milton Creek right here. You have this really weird 20-foot wide road. And if you look at this sign, it says no parking. And a lot of these people already have two driveways. It's grandfathered. But, you know, thinking about the rules that restricts it to one, I mean, it's kind of dumb in circumstances like this. And so in observing that over the years and realizing how stupid it is, we want to change that. So just to help explain things further, this shows attached single-family dwelling product, where you take that lot, cut it in two. You have two skinny lots with a property line down the middle. And in that case, you know, one driveway is allowed per lot, no change there. Corner lots. So currently, if you have a street on, or excuse me, a lot on two streets like this, the only use that's allowed to have two accesses, one on each street, is a duplex. And we're proposing to change that. Anybody on a corner lot can have one access per street, provided it's not on a collector arterial, as I mentioned. So we're really just trying to improve these standards to make it more sense, given you know, increased wisdom over dealing with these codes over time, as well as dealing with this new thing with the state of Oregon making us do stuff. Now, this last slide is just dark because there's all this miscellaneous stuff in the code that really isn't slide worthy. So I'll just talk about them briefly. Building code has, over the years, getting further away from things other than building. So so if someone wants to build a really tall sign, there's nothing in the building code that requires any foundation analysis from an engineer to make sure it's going to be safe. So we're adding that to our sign code. We have some outdated stuff in our code about limiting RV stays and RV park to 30 days. That's not allowed per state statute. Some land division stuff, which isn't very exciting, and it's just code cleanup. I can talk about that more if you want. Another thing, ooh, I got too far here. So when we talk about attached single family dwellings here, I noted earlier on in this presentation, if you recall, that in the mobile home residential zone, attached single-family dwellings are conditionally permitted. There's very few properties that have that zoning. It's just a couple. Sorry that I'm going all over the place here. And really, there's two in our city limits currently. Crestwood Mobile Home Park is right here, and then this vacant property here. The reason that we're proposing to remove attached single-family dwellings is because you can't really put a manufactured home on there. There's very few properties with this zoning, and this ties the conditional use with the land partition or land division application, which is really weird. I don't think this will be controversial, but that's a cleanup thing we're proposing to do. Another thing that we are proposing to change that's really unrelated to housing for the most part is in the Holton Business District here along the Couplet in Uptown, and then the Riverfront District here, there's some provisions that talk about fees in lieu of parking and landscaping. And that was something put into the code. Nobody has ever used it. We believe that those don't make sense because these districts are so small, those fees would never add up to anything that would be worthwhile. And there's already a lot of flexibility in parking built into these zoning districts. For example, if you have a pre-existing development footprint more than 50%, you don't need any parking at all. And then on-street parking can count towards the off-street parking requirement. So we just want to clean the code up, get rid of those. And that is all the stuff we've been working on diligently since October. And looking for your blessing to proceed tonight.
Do you need another month?
It would be nice, but
we didn't build the calendar right.
Yeah, like we have that deadline, we have ordinance readings. And so, we're talking about a public hearing with the Planning Commission in March, a public hearing with the council in early April. That gives us a second council meeting. If we need to continue it for whatever reason, that gives us May for first and second ordinance readings. Ordinance becomes effective 30 days after, which puts it before June 30th, thus meeting the timeline that we have before us.
Well, I like what you guys have. I mean, you've looked at it thoroughly. I mean, there's no doubt about that. So just hopefully that you get some public engagement to the Planning Commission meeting, that you maybe notify some builders in our area, because I would like to have their input. So maybe that could be a only request of mine, would be that you notify the builders in our area of the up and coming changes, and that it'll be being discussed at the Planning Commission meeting. And that there'll be a Zoom link code to that, which they're not really, they'd rather show up in person than on a computer, but I imagine some will attend. I mean, Rich Bailey had a hard time just getting into our meeting. So, I mean, that's just one clear example of, I think that where this COVID is a break in between, in my opinion, the people who are doing the actual building. So.
Yeah, I wish we didn't have to do this in COVID virtual meeting, but unfortunately, those are the circumstances that we have.
Yep. So that's my only request. Anybody else? I know you're all tired. I apologize for the long agenda. I knew we had to discuss everything that we have been discussing so far. And we tried to narrow it down, but we just couldn't. And as a matter of fact, we're gonna go ahead. Jacob, thank you. I think it's a census. They're kind of quiet.
I know it's a lot of stuff to take in. But understand, this is historic. This is the beginning of a wave of the end of single family zoning in the United States.
Yes.
So it's a big deal from a planning and zoning standpoint.
I hate being the only voice chiming in, and council, I'm asking you to give Jacob the thumb up, just moving forward. It's just.
Oh yeah, that's obvious to me that the report was very thorough. Whatever. I totally agree with your approach and where you're going with this. I do want to weigh in, as the mayor did, is that get some outreach as well, make certain the communication is out in the community. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, we have a meeting with our communication folks on Friday, and we'll be discussing this probably at length. So be prepared for your constituents to say, hey, what the heck is that planning department doing?
And I don't know, Rick, if I did, or Mayor Scholl, I did anything to offend you to get appointed to that planning commission with all this, but no, I actually, no, I'm glad because we have great staff, and the commissioners do great work. So frankly, I do appreciate your confidence in that.
Actually, the planning commission is darn efficient compared to Portland's, because I had to weigh in on Portland's planning commission when I was a neighborhood representative, and those would go till 2 or 3 in the morning consistently and all day. It's so this is well done.
The way this meeting's going, it could go till 2 or 3 in the morning. And again, I apologize.
I concur with everyone else, Jacob. So thank you very much. It was good information. It was a lot of information, but it gives us a lot to think about. And I look forward to hearing, as Mayor Scholl said, hearing from other community members and builders in the community to see what their thoughts are also. So thank you, Jacob.
Appreciate that.
A warning though, you can't take vacation before July.
Well, till at least April in this case. Yeah, I haven't taken much since we started working on this stuff. So
it has been all hands on deck lately. Matt reported on our building up 500 and some odd %. Well, Jacob reviews every plan that comes. All those go before him.
Hey, Jenny takes the lead.
And Jenny, yes.
Jenny takes the lead on those single lot developments now. So
yes.
Thank God for her.
Yep. Thank God.
I have to apologize for being late to this meeting by 15-20 minutes, something like that. But I got my first shot of the COVID today. They gave it to the Korean and Vietnam vets. I don't think there was any. I think the World War II vets had theirs. I don't know if there's any of those guys who could even make it into the vets. But anyway, that's where I was this morning, and I feel so honored to have this, and it just gives me a huge boost of enthusiasm that all of you are next, and it's going to be quick, I hope.
Yes, I do too. I hate to cut everybody short, but I have to adjourn this meeting because we are going to be hard pressed to even get food in our bellies. We will be going into ORS as previously announced, ORS 1926602E, real property, and 2H consulting with council. So with that,